Okay, so that is welcome to session number 45 and also season 4 episode 6 I believe it should be, even though I've got the wrong number up there. Let me just check. Yep, I have the wrong number up there. Isn't that always fantastic when you figure that out? Okay, either I mistyped or I had the last one out of sequence, which always happens. Okay, so season 4 episode 6. Characters are at the end of a altercation with pirates. I'm sure the pirates weren't all bad, because they didn't actually manage to take any of you out, though they tried.
Tried real hard.
And today at the table we have Kesley.
I am playing Kayana, who's currently going by Ruri as part of her new, I guess, underground identity, I would say. Former leader of the group of Mandalorians when they were Sector Rangers, now bit of a crime wannabe crime boss / re-earning her honor the Mandalorian way by following her new leader to try to prove herself again that she is capable and not a failure. And yeah, that's it.
And then we have Mike.
Time that one.
Yes. Hello. I'm hatefully playing a Gungan called Brum Brum Crash, a up-and-coming rookie ship racer. I am from the Panorama Mountain Raceway of Naboo, situated next to the Burley Griffin waterways. I am trying to locate my missing ship called the Robotic Unicorn from my father named Speed Stop, who was supposed to give it to me on my 25th birthday, but the ship was stolen and cannot be found. I am a Gungan that is coordinated, unlike some of my other Muppet clan, who
probably use the Sithness to
yes.
survive.
I am 2 meters and 22 centimeters tall. I have pink and purple mohawk and blue eyes, and that is me.
Online today we have Mark.
Hi, I'm playing Ash. I'm a Death Watch Mandalorian. With my Peacemaker gun I've got, a big huge gun, and I do whatever we have to do. I'm there. I don't argue, just do the job.
So you do whatever you're told?
I do so far. I left that open, man.
I know, it was amusing. Okay, and then we have Ross.
Yes, I am playing Led, the Mandalorian assassin / gadgetee, who is basically now sort of questioning on our path that is now before he was more of a righteousness type thing, and now we're going criminal type thing, which he's going doesn't really like the idea, but unfortunately this time of chaos,
You do what you can.
you do what you can to survive.
Yeah. And in the kitchen we have Ariadna.
Just a sec.
No worries.
All good.
Sorry.
Is this where I start being your hype man? I'll just say, the one, your true leader of the Mandalorian Dragonwing Clan.
Ariadna is currently playing the role of the Tuesday character's coffee gnome Grindelwalker Brewmaster.
Very nice, very nice. Alright.
And ensuring that everybody has sufficient caffeine and sugar to run the game.
That does help.
It's a very important role.
Just trying to figure out why I can't view my setup for vehicles, because I think I managed to drop one thing out by accident.
Oh no.
Misa says you might need to reboot.
Today's adventure, we're on foot.
Are you sure you want to be on foot?
No.
No.
Don't listen to
No.
Don't listen to anything Ross says.
You want to spend a force point for that?
I was going to say,
No.
does that depends. Do I keep my rocket boots?
It's completely up to whoever spends the force point.
No.
Not gonna happen.
No force point in the first 30 seconds of the game.
Yeah, no, I think that's a good rule, Mike. Actually, I think we should keep that.
Yeah, no force points in the first 30 seconds of game.
31 seconds, however.
Yeah, after that,
Yeah.
free game, free reign, absolutely.
Free reign doesn't help that. Doesn't hurt that badly.
Yeah.
Okay.
Man, I can't believe that. I shorted out on milk twice.
Oh no.
It does happen.
It just shows how off my game
Okay,
is.
so
I did get a lot of injections.
Who wants to do the recap for last session?
I'll do that. So, last session, I drew some pretty pictures, apparently. Okay. So we made some orders for some gear. We're on Marissi right now. We had this really random Gungan just come up to us, or we went up to him. We're like, hey, we know Gungans, and we went to him, and like looks like he's looking for a missing ship. So we decided, we got nothing better to do. We're gonna help him find the robotic unicorn. So we're just kind of figuring that out. We can help for a fee, all that kind of stuff. We tried figuring out how to get some money. We knew about this crash coming up. We're like, oh yeah, we're totally gonna fix this race or whatever. We can get one of our pilots to take his Broom Boom's ship, and then Broom Boom can secretly be flying it. That way we know that we're gonna win. And as we're getting to the hangar to try to figure all this nonsense out, some 12 pirates break into the hangar, start attacking Broom Broom and Ash, and we all run and attack, and was looking a little crazy there for a second, but realistically, we actually did pretty good. So altogether, we defeated all 12 pirates, and we currently captured the captain and one of the minions. And that's it.
That's not a bad recap.
Yeah.
And did anyone else want to add anything to the recap?
No, I think it was very good. Ash, give you the high five. Or the thumbs up.
Very nice.
Okay, I think I managed to fix the ship problem.
Cool.
Amusingly, if I forget to add one of them to the list, you can't actually see anything.
Oh,
That's
Because I've got everything in tabs. If I add a tab without actually putting the tab details in, you can't look at any of the tabs.
yeah. Oh, okay.
Because
That's
I added battleships on the end, but I hadn't actually put the button for battleships in, so you couldn't look at any other vehicle.
Oh no.
Great thing about hand coding.
That's how it is.
Unless you actually know what's wrong, you can't find it. Okay, so last session you had basically faced the shipjackers who were trying to nick off with your nice shiny ship.
Because you have a pretty one that was in a recent episode of a certain Star Wars show.
they copied.
Yeah, they totally 100% copied
Yep.
you. Just saying.
They copied Ash, by the way, as well, on a certain episode recently. So.
Exactly.
Ah.
See, what I'm thinking is they're secretly listening to our show and then putting it out on the next week's episode because they absolutely don't have any production time that they have to worry about at all.
Nisa want royalties.
They left the
Yeah, that was,
Gungan out, so
that was aimed at you,
obviously
that was aimed at you,
their-
John, if you're listening in. Just let you know that's aimed at you.
I'm sure that was their ploy, so they didn't have to pay royalties. They left the Gungan out.
Well, technically, they did have the guy who played Jar Jar, so did they have a Gungan in or not? That's the question here.
Well, it was nice to play a role that he wouldn't be universally hated for.
It was actually really cool. I actually really liked his role. It was nice.
Okay, so yes, now that you have yourself some a pair of pirates left over that you have captured, what do you do with them?
I guess.
Weren't we checking to see whether
I had bounties on them.
That's the thing. The thing that where you get money for turning people in.
We were told by Haggle that they were said by Ludchud, but do we want to take that as truth, or do we want to question them?
You can now do your intro.
Just a sec. Give me 2 secs.
Do you want me to hold that?
No, I'm just digging out my Mandalorian book, and then I've got to dig out my pen and pencil.
It's always the last one you grab.
Yes.
Oh, I have a big gun that's aimed at both their heads if they decide to move the wrong way. So,
Exactly.
yeah.
But this is where we're holding them, kind of just like building the tension a bit, you know, just
But you
to,
tie them back to back, so just if he shoots one, he gets the other one.
yeah, absolutely, just to scare them a little bit, and then waiting for our now fearless leader whenever she's ready to come confront them.
Sure, I wasn't wounded more badly in that attack.
Well, I could always give our gunman a discipline check to see if he pulls the trigger.
I could realistically
No.
play burning.
No, I've got plenty of stress.
Horrible.
I don't know, strain left, so I don't have to do that.
You have plenty of
I'll
discipline, do you?
I have plenty of strain left. I'm a bit wounded, but plenty of strain left. So I think I didn't use much of my strain compared to other people. So
Are we still in the hangar?
You're still in the hangar. You've
Just
just finished the
captured.
battle. You've managed to wake Led up because he'd sort of like fallen over like a lead weight.
Okay. And how is Ash as well? I think he was also wounded.
I was down to about 3 wounds from memory, or 2 or 3. So I'm looking a bit worse for wear.
And then
I'm still standing,
I was
I-
down to.
I'd like to have a rest soon. That's probably the best
So
thing.
who was the most?
I had 13 as well, so I was
Okay.
down to 2.
Okay,
So we're all looking a bit rough.
So I'll smack a steam patch on.
Well, considering it's an end of scene, people do actually get to get a bonus at that point. Just seeing
Yeah,
if I can.
That I just wanted to check that.
You can do your intro while.
Yeah, well, it's
Yeah.
checking.
Yep. I gotta remember who I am.
So here
Right.
she is, our leader.
Oh well, look, you can just do my intro for me. No, I'm kidding.
Striker.
Thank you. Because I was just about to go Thala. I'm like, no, that's Friday. So I am Thane True Striker, currently known as Kai, not named after Kia the car as per the screen at the moment. But the GM has given himself a reputation for mixing up how names are spelt and said. So I feel that he would have felt that he was letting me down if he didn't do something like
It's
that.
the Mandalorian spelling.
This is the
Yeah,
way.
he's totally.
It's okay.
This is the way. This is the way.
When I thought about it, I'm like, Kai, it's very similar to Kayana. I'm like, why is my... Wait, I wrote 3 books, came up with names that aren't even in those books, because they're related to the various characters in it. And when I'm asked on the spot to come up with a name, I pick Thala, Thea, and Kai. And they sound very similar or the same as other characters.
That's okay.
But when I am functioning in the Star Wars world, I am a Mandalorian with a full brain. And being part of the True Striker network, I've kind of inherited leadership because we're simply the largest clan around at the moment. But we believe strongly in the creed, and I'm determined to build my family group into a very set of very strong leaders.
One limit at a time.
Pardon?
One limit at a time.
one leader at a time?
Limb.
Or- Limb. Oh yeah, one limb at a time. Okay.
Bigger, stronger.
Yeah, no, actually, that's actually
That should be our
appropriate
tagline.
for Led and Riri.
Yeah.
Riri.
Yes.
Yeah.
I was gonna say that should be our tagline. Hey, you're the leader now. This means that you may be looking to lose a limb, but that's not to help you win that.
Appearance-wise, I I'm a human, aren't I?
You are.
I have black hair with blue in it, as per my armour, which I'm slowly painting up to look like Starwing Clan. In terms of my goals, I'm hoping that as part of sort of a team, I believe in lifting the morale of our team of our recent year in prison in a mining camp, that since they've expressed an interest in getting organised crime, I'm trying to get them into the organised crime game. I don't feel I've done very well at that yet, but we've got a pirate right now, so, you know, there might be some wins here.
Okay, so that's our introduction. Now, because you just finished combat,
Sorry.
I'm going to ask what people's wounds and strain were from the last session.
I had two strain. I had either 2 or 4 strain. No, I take it back. I had 6 strain. Good thing I wrote it down.
I had 1 strain.
You got lucky.
What t-shirt are we wearing today?
A good one.
The sarcasm instrument. This one.
I had.
Star Wars
I was gonna say I took 7 strain and 13 damage.
from EB.
Okay, what about Khalid?
I know I'm on 0 wounds because that's what knocked me down, and strain I think I was either 1 or 3. I think it was 1.
You're down to 1 or you had 1?
I think I had 1 left because I took strain when I got hit as well.
Yeah.
So I took 16, which knocked me unconscious. Actually, no, I think I'm actually at 0 for both because I went unconscious.
Okay. And what was
Ash.
Ash's?
Yeah, Ash had 2 wounds left, and I had a strain of 7.
So how I asked how much damage you had, not how much you had left.
Oh, sorry, how much? Sorry, 13 wounds,
Yep.
and I used, I think, 5 strain out of 12.
Okay. It's just said the hitting noises.
Yeah, his head just went up. It just like shot right up. Like, okay.
I believe it was a car parking in the next door. He does it every time. Okay, so you get to choose between either cool or discipline as a way of recovering strain.
Do I get to look that up on my sheet first? Let's see. Cool. Ooh, I have 1 rank in cool. And I have 1 rank in discipline. So I guess that means it doesn't matter. Will versus presence. I have very strong willpower, so I'm going to go discipline. I've got 4 in willpower and 1 rank in discipline.
Okay, so for Ariadne's perspective, she recovers 2 strain from the end of the encounter. So what does Kayana use?
I will also use
Good thing I
discipline
used
because
all of
because I have 2 yellow dice in that.
So what you've got?
That's all I have.
Okay, you recover 2. 2 strain.
Just a quick question about how that works. What was the potential strain I could have gotten back? Like, I got 2.
So you could have gotten back 7.
Oh, okay, so you could get quite a high number if you get your willpower and your ranks and you get a good roll.
Well, each one of these can potentially do 2.
Yep.
And when you're rolling 4 dice, that that means it would have been 8.
8,
You would have
okay.
gotten back 2.
Yep, okay, that's good to know.
Okay, so Ross, what do you use?
Well, I'm going to be totally different. I use my natural cool of 4.
So just 4 green, I'm assuming
Yep.
that means.
4 green.
Okay,
Because
so
it's all natural, baby.
you recover 1 strain.
Okay. Did we get them?
And so Crash has a choice between cool and discipline.
Because crashing
I
ass
have-
sounds like
I have neither.
You have neither. So what is your presence and what is your willpower?
Presence is 3, willpower 2.
So probably want to go with cool then.
Yeah, cool. You know,
Which means you recover that whole one you lost, so you've lost no strain now.
So you're a car racing.
Yes.
And then
Gungan. You've got all
Ashgard, does he use cool?
So what is it? Cool, and what's the other one you have to use?
Discipline.
Discipline.
Okay. No, I've got a willpower of 1 and presence of 2, so I'll use whatever. I don't have his skills or anything. So
Okay.
just the presence.
So you recover 1 strain.
Thank you.
So that's basically the recovery check at the end of combat. Because it was so late last time, we finished with the combat.
Mm-hmm.
Do you like food, snacks, or chocolate?
Probably chocolate.
White Tim Tam?
Okay.
That's a good choice.
So we also have Kayana with 1 critical injury,
Yes.
Khalid with 1 critical injury, and Ash with 1 critical injury.
Yes. Sounds right.
Not Crash, but Ash.
Yeah.
Yes, not me.
Yeah, because if I remember right.
Yeah. Mine was a strained ankle or a sprained ankle.
Hamstrung.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then mine, I think I just took extra strain or something.
So Kayana had an easy one, Khalid had an average one, and Ashkard had an average one.
Not bad. We honestly, for that fight, I think we actually came out on pretty much on top for what 5 of us against 12. Like that's pretty good.
Yeah.
Especially
Considering I was 2 wounds after the first round, I thought I down to 2 wounds. I was very happy that I survived.
especially with
So, yeah.
one person having no weapon skills whatsoever.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. So
Wait, you're the pilot, not the gunner.
Yeah. I had to save the pilot. I take all the damage for you. I saved a Gungan. That's what I'm going to tell everyone.
So I believe so we have the captain and the minion strung up. We can say that we have Ash on point with them. I guess
I'd like
does
to
lead or
question people. That's peppermint chocolate.
I was gonna say I think we were gonna have probably have you lead the questions, but we'll say that Lud and me and Crash are talking to either side to talk about any questions that we want to talk about. So
Before I take the lead with questions,
Yeah.
things like interrogation, that requires
Coercion.
which is will. Who's got the strongest willpower?
that would be.
You.
I think it's you. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I have 2.
You have 2. You
I
have
two.
2. What about online?
Mark has 1.
1, right?
Yeah, I've just got a pretty face.
Okay.
So that
Well,
would be-
okay.
I'm not a pretty face. I'm
Wait,
just
I
there
have
for
one skill
motivational
of
reasons.
coercion, so I can help.
Yeah, that's okay. I'm surprised because I thought, but maybe since characters have changed,
That's the thing. I think it's because
that
characters
might have been
change.
what's changed.
Yeah, characters leaving. Characters.
On previous character,
Someone
sorry, on
used to
previous
be-
character, I had a lot of wheels.
Someone
on
else had
Yeah.
3, but
I thought
you're the only one who had 4.
I thought
I-
we used
I
to take
used
lead with me a lot because he had
eBay.
fire.
eBay used to.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's because I was the face man.
Okay, so it is definitely coercion. I don't have any ranks in coercion, so
I have-
having someone with
I have
ranks will help.
I had 1 skill in it.
I highly recommend you put your hot peppermint chocolate. No, you already got peppermint chocolate.
So I don't know. I guess the only questions that I would probably go with is just like question their intentions and question who they were
Can
going
sorry.
for. But I was gonna see if Led had any questions as well.
Unfortunately, if I use any of my abilities, I'm going to fall unconscious.
Before
True.
we get too far ahead, can I also give stim patches? Is it stim patches that
Stim
helps
packs?
people? Stim. There's Like
The assumption is you gave Khalid one, which gave him 5 wounds
Yeah.
back.
Yeah.
So how much after you've been given 5 wounds back, how much damage do you have?
Still got 11 to go.
Okay, I'll give him my second one and
And
I'll restock later.
after you healed 1 strain, how much strain do you have left to go?
Let's see, a lot. Spray, another 11. That's what I'm saying. If I use any of my abilities, I'll fall unconscious.
That's why
That's why, like, I'll be there to help, but we were just, like, in terms of planning, did you have any questions you want asked?
Before we go too far, we're still in the hangar.
Yes.
What kind of space are we at? Is there a nearby enclosed room?
Good question.
Technically, the hangar would have walls around it, so unless you come in through the doors, no one sees what's happening.
I more want privacy from the other pirates.
There's only
Like-
2 alive.
Yeah, that's okay. I have a game plan, that's why I'm just asking what things are like. I want to be able to do things that the other pirates can't see.
There's
Or hear.
again, there's only the 2.
The 10 are dead.
Yeah, no, I get that there's 3 alive.
2.
2 alive, okay.
We have both of them.
Oh, okay.
Together.
Alright, sorry.
Yeah.
They're tied.
If you want to separate them, though,
they're
we could do that.
Well, I was
the
thinking
moment-
about separating
at
them
the
so that
moment
one
they're-
doesn't know what the other one says.
Yeah,
Smart.
at the moment they're
Um,
tied together back to back, like Indiana Jones and Harrison, and his dad in
One of the Indiana
The
Jones.
Last Crusade.
Last
Yeah.
Crusade
Yep.
So,
on the chair.
yeah, I guess, is
Doing
there...
that bang thing.
Yeah,
I'm trying to
except
decide if there's any
next
reason-
to nearly naked due to the fact that we want to make sure there's no concealed items.
Yeah.
Okay. And how do we, like you were saying last time, you can't just go onto the net and find out stuff. How do you find out if they've got bounties on them and things like that? Is my data pad able to do that, or?
Most likely you would contact Ludchud or Boss Kaggle, because they wouldn't be advertising on the Imperial network, because you can't claim it on the Imperial network.
Okay, I want to question these guys first. We can put some semblance of clothing on them, and I want to take them back to our ship. Is that okay?
It's okay.
Do I have to roll for any of that? Alright, so I'll get them back to the
Unless, of course, you'd like to break a limb while you're putting clothing
No. I just want to get them back to our ship. I want them in separate compartments. So as soon as we get them back on ship,
Well, while you're doing that, I'm going to be collecting all the remains of the weapons and that.
I presume
And the Vibro X.
your ship. And we grab. We won't leave a mess. So is that safe to assume we just gather up all of our stuff that we can't secure and bring that with us?
Sure.
Yep. Well, either that, or I can leave a couple of you behind to keep an eye on Crash's ship.
I was
Or-
gonna say, that might be a point of you probably want to question them here, because we don't know if there's another contingency waiting close by. And so if their target was the ship, we want to protect the ship.
Yes and no. My guess is that they would have presumed with those numbers and taken us by surprise. I don't know that these guys. I don't know whether or not they got the resources in that. One of the reasons why I want to take them back to the ship is because if they were sent by Ludchud, and we're going up against Ludchud, it wouldn't be bad to try and find out as much information we can about Ludchud and what this pirate, if this pirate works regularly for him, we can, we're not necessarily getting, we may not be able to extort him, but we can also gain an idea of their worth, if anything, to them.
Yeah.
I'm happy though, because I tend to overcomplicate situations. You guys think that I'm overcomplicating it. I'm happy to just, do the beat down on them in the hangar and then see what we find out. But if we want
Totally open to you disagreeing with me here, but to me, I feel like that it's best to get answers now, then take them with if we deem them to be valuable enough.
Yep.
But again, I'm going to leave that completely up to you and what you want to do.
I would really rather, as a group, rather than everyone going, let's do this, but I'll leave it up to you, make a suggestion, and then as a group, we're like, yeah, that sounds like a good idea, we'll go with it. Otherwise,
more group decision?
I would say question them now.
Yep.
Because we've only just tied them up and...
moving them doesn't make sense?
Yeah,
that's okay. As I said,
as in, my suggestion would be save time, us now, and if we don't get enough out of them, then we can submit them to 24 hours of Gungan singing.
Yeah, Gungan bongo playing.
Yes.
That'll make anyone go
psychological warfare.
Yes.
Well, just as players, when I do come to the table, I do my best. But like today, I've had injections in my stomach this time instead of just along my legs and on my back. I process slower. I sometimes do things a bit backwards, so it just helps if
Okay.
You guys are like, well, you're jumping yourself or something like that. It'll make things go quicker.
No worries.
Alright, so let's do that.
Just let you guys know, I've got a talent called Intimidating that can help with coercion checks. So if you guys
that's what I've got. That's what I'm saying. If I use it, I fall unconscious.
But I've got enough strength to use it.
Yeah, I know.
We know that Ross is kind of, so I know Les... Sorry?
How much would it cost? Is this hangar big enough to have our ship put in here as well?
It is not.
Oh, okay. There goes that idea.
That's something that I want to come back to, but I'm guessing because we're in the moment, let's question these guys. So even though I know that Ludchud sent them, because of what Kaggle told me, I'm still going to...
if you ask them, they may give a different answer, and they might hypothetically speaking, say, well, no, we weren't sent by this person, we were actually sent by this person, and we can do the Colonel Mustard in the library with the candlestick.
Who you said Ash has got intimidation. I know
I'm
Led's down.
I was gonna say, Ash, do you have a skill in coercion as well?
No, I've only got the talent Intimidating, which means I can suffer strain to affect coercion checks equal to rank, so I can use as a secondary backup for you.
I was going to say,
so if you want, so I can just help. It might help with the roll. That's all.
So, Mark, if you're happy with the roll, you have to provide one of the dice stats.
Okay. Sorry. So that's
otherwise you're not involved in the roll at all.
That's what I was going to ask. Is like, in terms of mechanics, it's only 2 people.
Yeah, and that's the exact same question I was going to ask. You've got to pick one or the other. But so say I try and ask these questions, and I get Kesley to help me, and I fail on that roll. Can I then go, oh look, obviously we've got to get more brute into this. Can I then call on Mark for a second roll? Would that be legal in game terms? Okay.
It's just that you don't get the bonus dice from Kesley, you then get Mark
Mark's
helping you,
dice.
even though he doesn't provide you with any dice for it.
Okay, so...
Yeah, because you actually have more dice than he.
So what is you provide the fact that there's 4 dice in your check.
Yeah, I make it.
Kesley provides the 1 dice
I make coercion.
from the skill ranks in it.
Yeah.
So Mark provides 0 skill ranks. So Mark provides a 0 to your 4, so there'll be just 4 green instead of any yellow dice.
I understand. What's the point of him having that as a talent then, though? Is that
because he hasn't gained the skill yet.
So this is like with my martial arts. Over time, he'll add more to it, and then eventually it will add dice, and then when it adds dice, it'll...
You go from a white belt to a green belt.
Alright,
It's about building up build capabilities instead of just saying you're awesome from the get-go.
So I'm gonna... I know which one's the leader, don't I?
Yes, you do.
Yes.
I'm purposely going to go for the non-leader one, and basically...
I guess, are you separating them or are you keeping them together?
Well, the decision was to
Separate?
do it right here, right now.
I mean, you could...
Have one on one side of the hangar.
You can technically separate them so they can't see what's happening.
It's just my suggestion was ask them while they're here in the hangar
Mhm.
before we go off to ship.
In which case, I'm gonna hit the leader across the tree, grab him by the scruff of the neck, and drag him out of sight of the other guy.
So you're doing the leader, not the minion.
Yeah.
You just said you're doing. You just said you're doing
Sorry,
the minion. So
minion. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yes, minion. Sorry.
What would
that's why I was confirming before I picked up dice.
Yep. And I'll just have the gun on the leader, just looking in, facing the
Thank you.
end of my gun.
Yep. Yeah. So I'll drag him out of sight of the leader. Thanks.
Okay. So your intimidation check. Remember, you are quite intimidating with your coercion.
Nice.
I'm hoping.
Good news, that was all your dice. Mine didn't help.
To be honest, I couldn't tell. So if you ever want to gain brownie points, I won't think anything wrong if you're like, that was me. As long as no one contradicts you, I won't know any difference.
All me. Yeah, he may have last two.
Oh, thank you. I feel
Okay. So yes, this minion is sweating profusely. What is it you're asking the minion?
Who sent you?
My boss.
Who's your boss?
He calls himself Captain.
I'm pretty sure he calls himself something else, but alright.
I'm starting to think maybe I should have used those dice on the actual leader.
Why were you sent here?
To steal the ship. It's shiny.
Why this shit?
It's shiny.
Why not any other number of
It's
shiny
fast
ships?
and shiny.
Has a point.
Do I think he's telling me the truth, and do I realize he is this dumb? I'm guessing this is a roll. Or is he really so obviously stupid I don't even need to roll for this?
Well, you probably think he's just literally one of the hired, one of the followers of the captain, and even in Mandalorian things, the boss doesn't tell his followers everything.
Yeah.
I figured that was probably the case.
So you had one of the lowest members of the group and the leader of the group captured, and you've just questioned the lowest member saying, "Who hired you?" Captain.
Yeah, I should have gone for the leader first.
Ask him.
Why are you
That's
here?
alright.
We're
Ask
still
him
in the
who's
ship.
Ask him who's his boss's boss.
Who is the boss of the captain?
Money.
That's fair. So he's mercenary.
I guess how much were the group paid to come try and take the ship?
Nothing.
What was the cut for you?
No. Whatever we sell it for.
How long has your captain worked for this boss? Have you done lots of jobs for this guy?
For Captain?
No, for the guy above him.
There's no one above Captain.
He's
Is Captain the other guy out there?
Yeah.
Alright. And you never seen your captain meeting with anyone else?
He meets with lots of people.
So
He's always meeting people.
Does he meet with the same person?
more than once, yeah.
Yeah.
Is that what you mean? Yep.
Yes.
Sorry.
No, that's right. Just words just wouldn't.
He has, yes, he pays for her regularly.
Yes, he what?
Pays for her regularly.
Oh, okay, right. What about people who are paying him?
Not see anyone pay Captain. Captain always spends money.
What about not prostitutes who he's meeting with?
Bartender?
Bartender?
Bartender.
Okay, alright. So probably not much more information.
Wait, do we remember what Ledshud looks like? Or what, species he is?
Do I remember what Ledshud looks like? Please tell me I do.
You had been told. Problem is, you also been told no one really sees him.
Oh, true.
Very few people actually know what he looks like. They think he's just a enforcer.
In terms of the rumour mill, I don't know why I did that. Have I heard what species Ledshud might be?
You heard it from Boss Kaggle, but you never heard it on the rumor.
Let me see if I
So
wrote
what
it
did
down
Boss
somewhere.
Kaggle say? So I'm going to make you look up something. I can offer you a piece of peppermint dark chocolate
That's right.
from Darrell Lee.
So, do you have a ship?
You can't have a ship.
Yeah.
It says it's better to have a nice shiny one.
What about
What kind of captain
what kind
doesn't
of
have
ship
a
are you
ship?
flying now, though?
And looks at the ground, not really too. I don't have a ship.
What kind of when you travel with the captain? Are you in a ship?
Speed up.
Just speeder. Where's your
You're a
base?
swoop gang.
He's a land pirate. The worst kind.
No. Swoop gang. He's not a land pirate. Land pirates have got vessels that like one of the cargo speeders and that. They're just a swoop gang.
Whichever bar I haven't been kicked out of recently.
Where do you sleep at night?
Don't sleep at night.
Where do you sleep?
Wherever I pass out.
Where does the captain find you when he's got a job?
On the floor.
He's experiencing homelessness.
Unhomed. Unhomed.
Yeah,
I believe
he's an urban outdoorsman.
yes. The correct politically correct.
Right now, I can't decide what's hurting me more, my nerves or this guy.
In the background, we hear this bang. What? Huh? So I got tired of asking silly questions.
Yes.
Yeah. I'm very close to doing that, except that I'm pretty sure he's even not worth any money. And
I don't even think he's worth intimidating at this
No,
point.
no, he's not.
I would suggest that you tie him up to a post or something over where you asking questions, and then come back to us, Captain.
Yeah. I'm gonna secure him. I guess, or get someone to secure him.
Yep.
And while someone else is securing him, I will walk over to the captain. I'm gonna pull out my blaster, and I'm gonna say to him, right now, my level of idiot tolerancy is 0. It's -0. So I need some straight answers.
Okay.
Who hired you?
Let's see how intimidating you are to the captain.
I don't understand, so I don't know why I laid it forward.
See, the captain remark, -0 is still 0.
Hey, nice.
Is that good or bad?
That is good.
2 greens.
Oh.
So 2 successes and 2 advantages. So yes, you are fairly intimidating to the captain. And the captain says, well, you did choose to interrogate my idiot cousin first.
I've got to give him that one.
Is he given
that's what the copy says.
my boss lady issues now, right? Because I could slap him across the back of the face.
Alright,
just
Captain
to
Crunch.
tell him
Listen up.
Captain Crunch.
Yes. What was your goal here?
Stealing your ship.
Whose ship?
I was going to say idiot Gungan ship who's standing right behind you, but I probably shouldn't phrase it that way, he says.
Yeah, probably not.
Misa layeth smack us down us.
Who hired you?
Backhand. So I'll just say,
I was on Force List, and they had this Craigslist.
Craigslist, Forceless.
Right, Force List. Yep.
And they had this job up there for anyone who could steal this shiny ship from this idiot Gungan who hasn't been able to fly because he won too many races.
So any idea who made this job?
Well, they were going to get in contact with whoever stole the ship.
Gotcha. So it was an open contract.
Open contract. I'm sure there is many other, let's just say financially challenged people looking to up their station.
So I'm thinking we could possibly get him to contact this person and say he's got the ship.
I was gonna say, how about this? We'll let you and idiot number 2 live, as long as you give us the details
for that open contract.
Sure. I'd be happy to bring up the force list and show you the ad.
Yeah. How much were they offering?
They were offering 50k in credits.
Okay. Hey, I've got an idea. How about we steal the ship, collect the money, and then race it?
Yeah, yeah. Not against that idea totally.
It'll need a new paint scheme.
Probably,
No.
yes. No. Before we finish questioning this guy,
I think.
so from what I understand it, no contact's been made. Do I know that there is such a thing as a force list, like a Craigslist thing? Does this information seem plausible? Does it seem to me like he's telling the truth?
Seems fairly plausible because he didn't seem to be set up to take on a group of people.
Mm-hmm.
Was more than enough to take out a Gungan,
Okay.
especially one who can't shoot straight.
Yeah. Okay. And how do people get access to this list? Do I know that? Do I know enough about this?
He says that there are various posts on the wanted sites.
Okay, so does my data pad allow me access to that?
Possibly.
Okay.
Give me a computers check.
Okay. I might need someone helping me because
I
I've got
have-
no computer skills.
I have computers.
You do?
I
Well,
do.
in which case I might get the Gungan to do a computers check for me.
And do I need anything else?
You have
Intelligence.
3 dice.
I have 3.
Intellect. So you got 3 in intellect and 2 in computers.
One in computers.
I presume my assisting team won't.
Do you, what's
Oh,
your
I've only got a 2 in
mechanic.
intellect and no
Then
ranks.
it's going to be
What
his,
was that?
his one.
I've got 2 in mechanics.
No.
Mechanic's not going to help you
okay.
search the network.
Ash had pretty good search skills though too, didn't he?
On the network? Does Ash have computers?
Nope, no computers.
What
okay.
was your intelligence? Or
My intelligence is 4 actually, so I don't have any skills. That's all.
That would help actually.
That would
You
add
could
extra
technically
dice.
add
Yeah,
an extra
yeah.
dice.
Yes. You guys are my research team.
Okay, so
I still don't know why I went forward because I don't understand dice main.
Neither do I, but
Yeah.
I do too when I
It's-
can.
I
so you
figured
ended
it-
up with 2 failures and 4 advantages. So
Dang,
you're
Ferric.
feeling extremely you seem to have found all these really interesting sites about this person by the name of eBay who used to be this famous media celebrity who's gone missing about a year ago. Presumed dead.
But we established there is a Craigslist.
But there was all these posts up there about where's eBay and we want eBay back, and there's a petition up there for bringing eBay back. That was basically a fire.
Is that on force list?
That's on force list.
So we know there's a force list.
Okay.
Alright, I want to hold these 2 for now. But I'm gonna have him secured, not next to, but in the same area. And then I'll get these guys without. We can see those, but they can't hear us. And I'm like, we can do a couple of things. We can contact this guy and say that we succeeded in stealing the ship, and that'll at least mean that we will some chance of meeting up with whoever's.
I would say with the computer's check, that means that we don't have the contact information. We either need to find the post again, the details again, or we need to find a different way of contacting for this open contract.
Captain said he would give us the details if we let them go. I was just trying to verify what the captain was saying, and that's what we failed.
Fair.
Yep.
I missed that part.
That's okay. So because you said if we let you and idiot number 2 go,
Yeah.
will you give us the details? And he said yes.
Yeah.
So all I was just trying to do was just try.
Yeah. No, that's good. And then we'll have them take we'll take them on a nice speeder ride out of town and then drop them off.
Spacewalk. Hypothetically speaking, we could question to the group: could we let go of Tweedledum
Yes, blink,
and
blink, blink, blink,
keep
blink.
Tweedledee.
Captain?
keep the captain and just let Tweedledum go, because as you are aware, you can get pretty much not much more than porridge out of this guy.
Yeah.
So letting him go is possibly...
The worry.
I don't
there.
want Tweedledum talking to people in a bar though about this fight that was just in with these Mandalorians that, you know, and you know, eyes down on his luck because of those kind of things. So we could hold on to him for a little bit. With it doesn't seem that it's going to be a lot of work to hold on to him.
Another question to the group.
Yep.
Why don't we just pickpocket the captain and grab his mobile phone /
whatever he has.
his comms device
and
doodad and hit redial and
that's a
or
that's
star
a good idea.
69 or whatever it is.
I don't think it's he hasn't contacted the
but they would have been
search history is what Mike's going for.
They would have been called by dark and mysterious person, and if you go star 69 you can find out.
No, because he wasn't called by his phone.
He just went on to Craigslist. But we can use his mobile certainly to get a hold of the page he's visited, so that we can narrow it down and get the actual details. I guess what I'm asking you guys is, in terms of what we're spending this session doing, we can set these guys go to Kaggle, ask for another job. We could look at whether or not we want to start setting ourselves up, working underneath Kaggle as a part of his organised crime operation, at least until we've got enough strength status money to kick Kaggle out ourselves. Because a few games ago, you guys are like, we want to get into organised crime. And then last session, we were looking at getting into the racing, and you're like, well, that's a long game, it's going to take too long. I'm like, well, one of the feasible ways to do that is to start working for a crime boss and then work our way up and then take him out.
Well, you could potentially steal the ship and claim the 50,000 or whatever it was credits.
But then we're going to have to hand the ship over to someone else, because we want to not hand it over and get the 50 credits. And I'm fine with doing that as a job. I'm fine with... if we don't want to walk under Kaggle and we want to go elsewhere, I'm good with that. But I thought, as a part of understanding where we're going when we encounter these jobs, do we want to set up here and get into organised crime? And if we do, that'll kind of determine what kind of jobs we do now. Like, are we going to go for the short, easy jobs and just get away without having a report to Kaggle until he decides we're too much of a trouble and we have an interaction with him? Do we want to go elsewhere where there's not as big crime bosses and things like that? We can obviously play Ludchud and Kaggle off each other here, so that is possibly an in for us to topple both of them over. But again, that's a bit more of a long game, and I don't know if that interests you guys as players as something you want to do with this campaign.
Because it's definitely could be done. In terms of the Elrood Sector, all the planets and all that stuff, would Marisi and Terrinoth still be like the quote-unquote freest ones?
Right, be amongst the freest ones. You also have a bunch.
Oh, I guess it would be the one where we did that hunting thing, isn't it?
That would be true.
Yeah.
Because
with Gria or Grey?
Yeah. Because Darlin is out, Elrood out, Kidron, there we go.
Yeah.
So, Elrood out, Darlin out, Terrinoth's Mercy.
So Terrinoth is where you'll find Ludchud's forces concentrated.
So one of the reasons I asked this question is because if we want to call this guy, get the 50 grand and then skip with the ship, if we decide we don't want to stay and sit up here and say we want to go to Kidron, that could be something we do right now. We could go, we've got the ship, give us 50 grand, and we take the 50 grand and the ship and skip to another planet. But if we want to stay here, we might want to play a different game.
In terms of population and things being actual planets, would any of those other ones be planets, or other than Coin, or are they all just stations?
Most of them are planets, just that the
where you go is
some of them have stations further out in the system.
Uh-huh.
A lot of them have stations around the planet because that way it's less issue to dock at the station and deal with the station than the planet.
Right.
Because landing on planets requires a little more skill and fuel.
Yeah, yeah. No, that's fair. So population-wise, in terms of the quote-unquote free planets, we're looking at Kedron, Mercy, Terrinoth. Is Coin still okay?
Coin is still fairly okay, except it's mainly full of the coin knights.
Yeah. Yeah.
And they're kind of, we're a partner with them, so we probably don't want to.
Yeah, we're not trying to go on their
They're
territory.
not the easiest people to swindle because the moment you swindle them and they're offended, you either got to kill them or they kill you.
Yeah.
So, just for Mark and Ross, when you guys are thinking about getting into like organised crime, are you guys thinking like a bunch of quick, small sort of jobs, or and does that appeal to you? And I guess it's the same question for you guys. So I thought I'd give the guys online a chance to think it over while we're figuring this part out. Because I think if we figure this part out, everything else will go a lot quicker and smoother.
I'm happy for quick jobs, but that's just me.
I just want to follow what the party does because I'm I see yourself and Kiana and I suppose Ross's character as leaders in some way, of as Mandalorian leaders, because how you eventually did save our Death Watch team originally, I suppose.
Yeah.
So I can see that. I like to follow what you do. I'd like us to have a end goal, but I'd like to, as long as we keep making money and bring it back to our families, I'm happy. If that makes sense.
So we're forcing you to give an answer. So do you want a short?
Short
or long game?
I'm happy to do short games, but I might over time I might ask, what are we going to do
Get something bigger.
strengthen our plans up kind of thing. I might ask over time.
I'm
But
kind of thinking.
right now, short games I'm happy with. So.
Yep.
Yeah.
Ross, what about you?
Yeah.
Are you happy with short missions where we earn quick cash, or do you want us to focus on the long game?
I think maybe he stepped away or something.
You might have.
I'm kind of thinking that we should be. I'm kind of just echoing other people here. Doing the short games. I think with the ultimate goal of not stepping onto Caggle's toes. Not necessarily working for him, but earning his respect and being of benefit to him in terms of the rivalry between him and Bloodshot. Possibly not necessarily going against Bloodshot, but definitely open to maybe doing
So let's get
jobs for
into
him or trying to get pretend to be in his good graces kind of thing.
So it's less about getting into organised crime and more about just being mercenaries, because that's what mercenaries would do. They do.
I'm kind of thinking a little bit more mercenary until we have enough capital, power, and reputation to then become our own force in the area.
So that sounds like you're in for short jobs, do the kind of mercenary run for now.
Yep.
And then when we build up a bigger base, go more.
Yep.
I'm gathering Mark was echoing
Very
a
similar.
similar sort of thing.
Yeah.
So it sounds like, depending on what Ross says when he gets back, hitting these guys up for 50 grand and nicking off with their ship. Before we do that, we need to have somewhere where we can hide the current ship and some way to disguise it.
Is this where we do the whole Grand Theft Auto thing of, like, when you have a wanted level, just take it to a paint shop and then you'll be fine?
Yep.
But I'm guessing you're fairly attached to your ship and you want to keep it?
I do.
Yep.
Because at the moment, because my missing ship, which is faster than this one, is missing.
Yeah.
this is my best chance at the moment to.
It's your loner.
Well, yes, it's my best chance at the moment to win money so I can go hunting for my ship.
Okay, so it might be that we don't try and.
I don't know.
But,
yeah.
but
I'm
I
not-
mean, if
I'm
you
not
do the
thinking of
whole,
turning it in
if
right
you do the
now.
whole like Grand Theft Auto and paint
Yeah.
it red sort of thing, or whatever, and add some fuzzy
Next week
dice.
after.
Yeah, well, exactly. Hence why I have a red car. But yeah, so fine with doing that sort of thing.
Okay, so
You could do that.
I'm back.
Yes. Hello.
So we had a question. Are you more interested in us doing quick missions and earning quick cash, or do you want us to focus on setting up the long game and we need a answer?
Well, we need cash quickly now, but then we can set up something in the long run later.
okay.
Okay, so
So, the other thing, Martin, how much was the winnings for the race?
please hold.
It was 10 grand. Oh no, that was autos.
It depends on how many.
How many
It
routes
depended
was-
on how many ships were in it. The entry fee was 500 credits.
And you won half the entry fees.
So here's an idea. We put out that the ship did get stolen and it's no longer in Crash's thing, and then a ship that's been repainted that looks remarkably like it gets entered into the race under, say, Ash. I think Ash was the one we were originally going to do it.
Can we make the captain and his idiot cousin disappear as if they took off with the ship without following through on the contract?
We could do that
We could.
if that's something that you would like to do. What's your goal in doing that though?
To throw people off the scent that this ship is still available, and because there will be other mercenary contractors looking for this ship currently.
Will that work though if we decide to paint it and stick it in a race?
Yes.
Yeah,
You think so?
Because the idea is like, oh, if we secretly get the word out, oh yeah, no, you know, Captain Crunch and his crew, they took off with the ship. We thought they were going to turn it in, but they never did.
and
So they're going to go look for them.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, we're painting, and then we're going to have a race.
And what we could
Okay.
do is change the ship ID number
Codes.
code
VIN,
thing,
yeah.
VIN number plate thing,
Whichever.
to make it different. So it's definitely not.
I'm just
This
wondering
is not
about.
the ship that you're looking for. Type
Yeah,
thing.
I'm just wondering about the coincidence of, you know, if people know the captain and his idiot cousin, they might realise that they're not smart enough to take the ship and go somewhere. And then when they see our different coloured, but exactly the same type ship turn up at the same time, they may go
It would
one
probably
and one
be the
equals
only
two.
one in the sector.
Yeah.
It's that rare.
True.
What I don't mind is that people realise we are the ones that successfully took the ship and we decided to race it ourselves instead of turning it in for the money. But that means that the person who originally wanted the ship is going to come after us, and we need to be prepared for that.
Yeah, that's
And
that's
what
an
was
option as well.
Ross gonna say?
The other thing is we could probably skip this race if it's 50 grand and just race in the next one afterwards.
Either way, whenever we race the ship, because Martin said it's pretty unique to this area, people
Yeah.
are going to figure it out. Look, I don't mind taking on people if they decide they want to come after us for having the ship, because either way, at some point, they're going to come after us for having that ship.
It's the equivalent of saying I got the only drag racer in the city, and someone stole the ship, and they're entering a drag racer into a street race.
It's just so customised.
Yeah.
But whatever we do, someone is always going to come after us for holding onto this ship.
Yeah.
So either we change planets,
Mm-hmm.
or we take them on.
Yeah, nice.
If you want to establish your reputation and get respect, and it is indeed Ludchud that's after this ship, well then why not?
That would be the way to do it.
It could even be a rival
And
who's
worst case,
paid Ludchud to take it out of commission.
if this...
They-
Oh, sorry.
They may not actually be taking the ship, they just may want it destroyed.
Yeah.
Which could also happen in the
It
race.
could be Sebulba.
Silver. Okay.
Unfortunately, we don't have anyone with a 20,000 plus midichlorian count to raise it for us. But
Unfortunately not.
You got a Gungan.
we got a Gungan, and
That's
and
the same
we've got an
thing,
Ash.
isn't it?
Advanced piloting.
So
It's apparently really
have we decided what we want to do?
I believe
I-
the consensus is
Was to do
we're-
quick jobs.
and we're gonna turn in the ship for money and steal it back.
Well, we
I thought we were going to
Never mind.
say that the ship was stolen, and then we're going to paint it and enter it into the race ourselves.
Yep.
And then whoever wanted that ship will come after us, and we'll deal with them directly.
Say we stole it. And then not claim anything. And go in the race.
Well, the
Well-
main reason we want other people to think we stole it
Yeah.
is because we don't want them to realise that Crash is still going to be behind one of the wheels.
Yes.
Which means other people will enter the race.
But if you just say that you stole it, I could potentially get one of my family members to pretend to be me and sit there
Yeah.
all
Because to be fair, who's gonna question what a different Gungan looks like compared to a different Gungan?
Yeah, we could, like, I don't mind going that.
We could do
The-
that.
The main goal, I guess, of saying that it got stolen was to be able to enter the ship in the race without everyone going, oh, Crash is driving it, we're not going to bother.
Yeah.
So we don't even have to say we stole it. We could just say we've commandeered it and Crash isn't driving it anymore, and Crash's family member could still
And
sit
it
in the
just-
crowd looking
And it
to...
just so happens that there was our group and then there was this other pirate group.
Yeah.
We won.
Yep. And now we're racing it.
And Crash is sad off to the side. Oh, boo hoo hoo, my poor ship.
Yeah.
Well, he's actually in the.
In the ship. And we get him a helmet that covers up the fact that he's a Gungan, hopefully.
Put his ears up.
Yeah. Ponytail,
Yep.
shove him down the back of the collar.
Yep, this is the way.
Does this sound like... We got
I like this plan.
we got a disguise kit. We got
Misa,
helmets.
Misa say this is the way. Misa the way.
Lord. All I can say is I've got a bad feeling about this.
Quite well placed.
Oh, goodness.
How bad could it be?
Exactly.
Goodness. Okay.
The great philosopher Jeremy Clarkson hasn't entered yet.
In which case, aside from us being on talking terms in front of the captain, there's no reason the captain knows that we aren't a rival group.
Yeah.
So we could put on a show now where we pretend
We turn-
that we're commandeering the ship off Crash,
Yeah.
and Crash has got no choice, and then set the captain and the other guy loose to go, oh yeah, but we got our asses kicked by these Mandalorians who ended up taking the ship off him.
You can do that.
And we could even perhaps maybe give the captain 100 credits or so to, you know, we're new in this town, we want to rep, so make sure you know who took this ship and it wasn't you guys type thing. Possibly.
We're letting them get away with their lives.
Maybe, yeah. I'm
Misa say
brainstorming.
sounds like Shakespeare.
Well,
But I do think we can pretend pistol whip you.
Yeah.
You fall down. Do the whole
well,
the acting.
right now, I can. So what I can do is I can go. We're acting now, and then since we're currently in sight, I'll grab our Gungan by the collar and I'll drag him out of sight of the captain, and I'm like, now you listen here. This is the best deal you're going to get. You're actually going to get out of here alive. You sign that ship over to us, and we will let you live. We might even let you stick around and maintain your ship. But in the meantime, we're going to be the ones who's racing it and do that. Does that sound cool?
Exactly that.
Alright, and then we'll let the other guys go. I'll let you guys take care of that, because
I'm thinking we just take them on the outskirts of town and they can walk back in.
yeah, we can do that.
Not
Who
too
wants to deliver them to the outside of the town with a bit more bruises?
We'll grab the open contract that way we can
Yep.
have better more information on that.
Oh yeah, we'll grab all this stuff.
We'll grab the contract from the captain and say, all right, we're gonna take. We'll take you out. Y'all can walk back.
And his comms.
What kind of
thing.
respectful fees don't steal everything the other fees have off them before letting them go?
Exactly. So we'll do that.
He doesn't have any comms. He wasn't that rich.
So we'll just get the information from him, and then, not cruelly, but definitely still trying to be a bit intimidating. We'll either use the speeders around, if they have speeders nearby, or use one of our ships or something.
Do we have to take them out of town?
It's an intimidation factor. They have to walk back. I'm not taking them that far. They can walk back in a day.
Okay, alright.
Yeah, they'll be fine.
Alright. But if we want them to get word out that the ship was stolen,
That's why we're taking them out of town and not killing them.
arguably, why take them out of town at all though? Just beat the shit out of them and leave them somewhere.
I don't want to hurt them. I just want to scare them.
Are you a Mandalorian or not?
Well, we've already shot them.
Yeah, we've already shot them.
times.
Yeah.
Alright, if you guys want to take them out of town, and one of you guys is happy to do it, I don't object.
Did they have speeders parked nearby?
It's
There
like
are
they
speeders
had
part
nothing.
nearby. Not sure if it says.
Yeah.
I'll take them out of town, maybe like 2-hour walk.
Okay.
That way they still are able to get word out fast enough. And I'm not gonna hurt them. I'm just gonna scare them a bit.
So we're taking them out of town to not kill them, is that right?
Yeah, to not
Just
kill
making
them.
sure.
Just be like, yeah, cool. Thanks for the information. Just know, what do we want to call our group?
That's a good idea. Good question. Are there a lot of Mandalorians around, Martin? Mandos will do.
Yeah, just know that me.
Mandos are us.
The family.
How hurt were they when?
Well, we knocked the captain down to 0.
Okay.
They were basically they were both knocked down.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Well,
So
one of them surrendered. The captain was knocked out.
yeah. So like, I'll make sure that like, feasibly they're able to get back without too much drama, just walking. But yeah, I guess take them out of town and just say, just know, me and my family, we're operating here now.
Just say our clan is
This is-
operating here now.
Our clan is operating here now. You'll do your best. But you keep a wide berth. We'll keep a wide berth.
Yeah. Yeah. That'll work.
Just don't get
I'm
it-
just worried
don't
about
get
how
our way.
polite you're being.
No, I'm just gonna say, don't get in our way.
Yeah. Okay.
I'll
Because it takes away from the
point out with
fear factor if you're
I'm
too
making-
polite.
I'll point out with
That's the
Riri
thing,
when
it's
we've done
like,
this, and I
I'm
would
doing a scary thing.
when we
Being
finish with
polite.
dropping them off, I would try to do a little intimidation by the end. It says, "If I see you again, you won't be alive next time." And then I'll go back with Kesley with Riri. So
Pretty good.
that's my intimidation thing with my strain thing, Martin. So I'm just trying to intimidate them just to make sure they don't understand. Don't mess with us ever again.
Okay, so I'm just going to ask what Cassie was saying at the time.
Sorry.
So I guess, yeah, I'll say, just know that, our clan is working here now. Don't get into,
Don't get in our way.
you'll do best to stay out of our way.
So this is you doing your coercion check.
Yes.
So if Mark's helping you with it,
Yes.
that means it's 1 dice.
Oh, because we go with the...
You take 1 dice from one dice from the other. Either you take a yellow dice or 2 green.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
Okay.
I failed.
So
How do you know you failed?
Because I know what those dice mean.
Okay.
as you're reading on the right act and leave,
Yep.
neither of you notice the fact that both of them have daggers in their backs.
daggers in their bags.
in their backs.
Backs.
Like as if like that's where they keep them, or that's where they were stabbed.
They were stabbed in the back.
By who?
You never saw.
Are they dead?
Yes.
What? Oh my gosh. Okay, hold on. I need
This
to
out
catch
on
up
the
on my
outskirts
red.
of town.
They're dead.
You don't even notice they're dead. You drove off thinking you'd just left them there.
Oh my gosh.
So you don't know.
So you're all nice and happy that you've read them the riot act. They were nice and polite and quiet. They didn't question you at all. And then you drove off.
They didn't say anything.
They look sleepy.
Wasn't me.
Okay, hold on. I need to catch up with writing some of this.
Camera tilts off to the side as a group of assassins are wondering exactly when they should tell this new group that they've overstepped.
I like that. That's funny.
This group of assassins just turn up when those dice rolled up all red.
Pretty much. Well, this is their planet.
Cliffhanger. Okay.
But hey, when things go badly, it's always nice to have a reason why they go badly.
Exactly.
But
Right now, we are blissfully ignorant.
Yes.
As far as we know, we've got plans to paint the ship up as fast as possible and enter it into a race.
Okay, you see up on the bulletin boards that there is a up and coming race looking for pilots. Apparently, they're down a few pilots.
Okay. Pilots, but not ships.
They got the ships.
Okay. And we got 2 pilots. We've got.
Technically, everyone can fly if they want to.
Okay. Alright, well, since it's going to take some time and money to paint this ship, that's the other question.
Well, I mean, if we... Sorry.
No, it's okay.
Enter.
No, you finish.
I was gonna say, if we are of the understanding that we pretended to have the ship signed over to us and we're going to race it, we don't necessarily have to have it painted, but we could get spray paint and paint on it.
If we've got it signed over to us, we don't have to pretend it's stolen, we just have to pretend we have ownership. The problem is that when the paperwork gets put in, ownership will probably turn up there. Is that correct?
Or they will transfer the ownership as part of it.
Okay. Well, who will transfer the ownership as part of it?
The people in the race. Make it official.
Okay.
So they'll do the paperwork.
They are a bunch of criminals after all.
Oh, okay. Alright.
So you claim you've just stolen it, they'll make it official so you don't have to worry about the authorities.
Oh, we haven't told anyone yet except the captain, who we don't know is dead right now.
Yeah.
But before we do all of that, considering that the ship is currently up on force list to be stolen, we should probably be thinking about securing it better. Because there'll be other people coming if that's still up there.
Exactly.
Can we store it next to ours?
You can.
Is there greater security where we're at, or do we have to post people?
You got more security at theirs because at Crash.
His place. Okay.
More security there, and yet the pirates got in.
Pirates can get in just about anywhere.
Okay. Well, we need to start thinking about the security of this. Does that mean we want to stay close to this ship rather than our own ship, or?
Well, your own ship is less desirable.
And well, it's docked, and as long as I call in each day and tell them not to restock, it's not
No,
covered.
you don't tell them every day. You tell them when you dock.
Yeah, not to. Yeah.
Yes.
So
you've
there's
already
no
done
reason
that
why we
once.
couldn't set up here and perform our own extra security. It's just when we're leaving we need to worry about that. And hope it's not getting stolen. So I guess it comes down to the fact of if we do enter your ship in a race and the criminals there do decide to sign over ownership to one of us, how okay is Crash going to be with that?
Well, I mean, outside thinking, technically speaking, this ship doesn't belong to me,
Anyway.
but you guys don't. Are
No,
they
no.
aware of this yet? Or,
Only if you tell them.
yeah, so you guys aren't aware that this isn't my ship. My ship is the one that's missing.
Yeah, we know you're missing the ship.
Yeah, but
Um,
you guys don't know.
We don't realise that you don't own this ship to
Yeah.
begin with.
So I, on the grand scheme of things, am not too upset if this ship gets signed over to you.
So you may have to then pay for the loss.
What do you mean, pay for the loss?
Whoever he borrowed the ship from, he then has to pay off
Oh, okay. How much is the ship worth?
200,000.
Oh, wow. Okay. That is a lot of money to save up to pay off.
So don't break it.
Yeah, yeah. It's probably going to get destroyed in the X-rays, I'm telling you.
With our luck.
So do we still want to go ahead and enter a race with this ship then?
I believe so.
Or do we want to be pilots because of the ad that Martin's told us is an ad for pilots? It requires no ships, we just have to fly it, and I guess we get a cut of the money? I'm gonna call a number, I guess, and ask about the job.
Okay, they are paying you 100 credits to race,
Really, only 100 credits. Okay.
and then offering a percentage of the winnings.
Oh, okay. What percentage?
30%.
Okay. So technically, if all of us are pilots and all of us can technically fly, one of us could potentially get that 30%.
Higher chance. of
1
us
in
getting
6
the
chance
30%.
of, no, 1 in 5 chance. Yeah, 5. Of getting that kind of money,
Mhm.
and that's
We
easy
could-
money.
And then we can easily fix the race that way.
That is also true. We could
Mhm.
also decide who's going to win out of the 5 of us.
Well, I mean, if there's 3 of us go in as pilots, and then one person stays with Brimmer and Crash
Yep.
to race as our person,
Mm.
and then that way we can still secret him to race
Yep.
his ship, and then we act as blockers
Yep.
in our own ships.
Yep.
We could do it that way.
Yep.
Yeah. What do you guys online think? Yeah.
Problem with our ship is it's not designed for speed.
No. I
No.
mean our ship being Boom Boom Crash's ship.
Yeah.
So
3 of us would pilot other people's ships, and on the face of it, we'd be accepting 100 credits plus 30% of the winnings, and then 2 of us, one being Crash, we're getting to Crash's ship, and then during the race, 3 of us can influence who actually crosses that finish line, and we could make sure that it's Crash, say.
Especially if it's a race between 4 people.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I thought the minimum is 10, wasn't it?
I was mostly saying a joke.
yeah,
Does that make sense though?
Yes. Oh,
Because then we could act as blockers, basically.
but the
Or
problem is our ships have got guns.
No, not. We won't
we're
be
not
doing
racing
any of
our ships.
you'd be like a contract driver driving for a different team.
Yeah.
They supply the ships, we just drive them.
The only ship that we'd be using would be my inverted commas ship, with me and Ash in my ship, and you 3 subcontracting for
Other race companies.
e.g. Ford, Toyota and BMW,
Yeah.
driving their vehicles that they supply, whereas we're supplying our own ship.
Okay. So, how are you going to get in touch with these so-called people who are going to lend us out their ships?
Martin said that there was an advertisement put up for people looking for pilots.
Okay.
So we were going to respond to the advertisement, and some of us will get jobs as pilots, and at the same time Crash and possibly Ash, it depends. I'd actually put someone with lesser piloting skills in with Crash, and put the best pilots in the other planes, because you've got more chances of influencing how the race turns out. Yeah, I think
that makes sense.
Yeah. And yeah, so Kesley's saying that the three people who are acting as pilots can either sabotage the game or
Race as well.
yeah, I think it would depend on the betting as well, because if Crash's ship is in there, he might get low or high odds depending on, even if he's not driving, just the ship itself might attract
Different odds.
So we would want to influence those odds to benefit us the most. So that might actually even mean Crash loses on purpose a couple of times.
Or
I don't know. Or comes from the back and wins.
Or I lose and one of you three win because you get the 30% of the purse.
Well,
and then that would mean the next race I enter and I win and...
Yeah. And then we get an even bigger purse.
Could do that.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, because that gets you your short, quick cash. Which you're with 3 people, 3 out of 10, you've got 30% chance of getting.
Yeah.
And if me with a faster ship is like cutting in front of people and slamming on the brakes and all that sort of malarkey,
you pull to the starting line and like stall it a bit, and then
yeah, and
okay, Anakin.
Pretty much.
And that way, Misa can help you guys win, and get the 30%, and then use that towards the next race where we get 100% of the purse.
I kind of like that plan.
Yeah.
I'm down with that. Let's do that.
Yep. Oh, he's probably figuring out logistics.
Ruh-roh.
Well, if you don't have the thing that tells you how
No,
everything
it's
works.
Doom when he starts picking out dice and you can see no good reason for
That's
it.
you're just like, and I decide to do this. Oh wait, never mind.
Okay.
But the scary bit is he's been quiet for 30 seconds.
That's what's the scarier
Yes.
part.
Dun dun dun.
Okay. So, you try to get in contact with the person placing the ad.
Yep, we're looking for work. Me and my pilot buddies.
They give you a address to drop by.
Okay. Just quickly, who are our better pilots in terms of? Let's kind of rank ourselves quickly. We know that Crash is.
It would be me. Actually,
Ash has piloting.
no. Would Led? Does Led have any piloting?
Yeah, but I'm Joe average in
So
the
you've got a rank.
Agility.
talent level, but skill level I am trained.
So
I was gonna say like
So-
space.
Ash has got
Yep.
pilot palanquin rank 1 and agility 4.
I'm
Which
just
we know.
yeah.
Just
Like
doing
I have
cra-
agility 3
just
and I have
one
one
at a
rank.
time.
Sorry.
So you've got.
I've got piloting, planetary, and
How many ranks have you got in? You got one.
One in each, planetary and space. I've also.
And what's your agility?
My agility is 3, and I also have skilled jockey, which removes setback in ranks in piloting checks.
Alright, we'll do Kessler next.
I have agility 3 and 1 skill in planetary piloting.
And that's it.
Yeah, I don't have anything else.
And then Ash, what's your agility?
4.
Agility 4, 1 skill in planetary.
And then Lead?
Shouldn't he have?
Led, what's your agility and piloting?
Let's see.
Average and I'm trained in it
So, how much
4,
agility do you
4
have?
and 1.
That's 2.
is 2.
2 and 1. And I'm 2 as well.
And you should have.
And I'm 1 in each. So I'm 1 and 1.
Yeah.
2, 1.
So Ash should definitely be in a ship, and so should Riri. And we'd probably actually stick Lead in with Crash,
Yeah.
and I would be in the last ship.
Yep.
Do we want all of us in ships though? Do we want someone on the ground influencing the betting
That's a
or
good,
doing bets?
yeah, that's a good point.
You need 2 to pilot yours though.
Do
Yeah.
all the ships require 2, or it depends on the ship?
Depends on the ship.
Okay.
And depends on the race.
Okay.
And when it comes to betting, what kind of skills are needed for that? Are any skills needed?
Not necessarily. Some people will get bonuses for betting based on talents.
Talents.
But the
Okay.
Jawa got extra money for gambling.
Yes.
Considering we probably don't have those talents, probably wouldn't apply to us.
It would not.
What are the talents required for gambling? Barefaced liar.
I can't remember exactly which one it was.
That's okay. I'm thinking it's probably streetwise and cunning. Be my guess.
High cunning.
Streetwise and cunning as skills.
Yeah.
They're not talents.
Oh, okay. Alright. In terms of figuring out who should stay on the ground, is there anything we should focus on?
It's all based on what you want to focus on.
Well, if
So
we-
far, all you know is that there's a race that's looking
Yep.
for pilots,
Okay.
and you're making your decisions based on that level of knowledge.
Okay, well let's find more out. But the pilots will put up will be Ash, Riri, and me. And we'll have Lead and Crash going into your ship together. Does that
Yep.
sound?
Yeah, because those other 3 teams could potentially put in
Yeah.
a second, a co-pilot if required.
Yeah.
Okay, alright. All good. Alright, so we'll go to the address. Does Crash and Lead want to stay behind and guard the ship?
Sure.
Yeah, we could guard the ship.
Sure.
So we'll rock up to the address then.
Okay, you rock up to the address. So who actually went?
Me, Riri, and Ash.
Ash.
Okay. So showing up to the event, you basically looks like an airfield with a hangar.
Right.
Has a fence around it. You get to the security checkpoint.
Yep.
And they ask you for your details.
I give them as little as possible using my ghost ID if I can. The Kai ID.
Okay. They tell you to head to the 3rd hangar. They point to it.
Yep.
Do you go straight to that hangar?
I take my time looking around the area. Is there anything interesting?
There seems to be lots of fighter craft here.
Okay. I've got a ranking perception, but I don't think that'll help me much. So it's just there's nothing that raises my suspicions.
Well, the fighter craft would definitely be behind secure places, so people can't just steal them.
Yeah.
Because
But
of the
it's-
sort of thing pirates would use to steal ships with.
Any signs of racing craft?
It looks like these are their racing craft.
Fighter craft as well. Okay.
So it looks like
legit business?
Looks,
Or does it
nothing,
look...
nothing on this planet looks legit.
Okay, okay.
The closest thing to looking legit on this planet is the hospital.
But I don't spot anything that would raise any alarm.
All the fighters here look old, and you could probably sell 2 of them to buy your ship,
Okay.
or maybe 3 of them to buy your ship.
And our ship is
Our ship as in crash ship, or our ship as in our ship?
As in your actual
our
ship.
Mando ship, which is that. So, these are worse.
Yep.
As-
It's little wonder then why Crash's ship wins every time. It might not even be down to skill, no offense. It could be just that the ship's in far better condition
I was
and
gonna
far
say,
faster.
it sounds
Lisa
like it's
say,
a drag
"Ooh."
it's like taking a drag racer into a tractor race.
Misa say, how rude.
And so yes, you eventually make it to the hangar, and you see that they have what's called a cloak-shaped fighter,
Okay.
a very old and nasty starfighter.
Is that in addition to the cloak-shaped fighter, or is that what the cloak-shaped fighter is?
That's what the cloak-shaped fighter is. Single-person vehicle that it's not something you want to take into battle if you can help it. Brand new, they cost about 38,000. Brand new. So if you sell it second-hand, you'd be lucky to sell it second-hand for
Yes.
8.
Sounds good. I'm cheating.
So it's a bit like getting a Kia next to a Supra type thing, I guess. Or a Nissan, actually. This would be... No.
No, it's more like a Lada.
Yeah, that's a good comparison. I don't know enough about cars and car brands to...
But it does
I just know what I like.
that they do all look like they have weapons on them.
So there's 3 of them?
Here there's actually 10.
Have all been painted up with numbers from 1 to 10.
Yeah.
And they sort of they look as if they've been serviced. Some of them have some damage.
Yep.
There are a couple of cockpits with holes in them against the wall, as if someone's shot through the cockpit.
So, I should have watched some videos of races on this planet so I knew what they looked like before.
Oh, and it's one of the things of, like, there's going to be all different types of ships
Well,
entering. So this is just one racing team's ship type.
maybe, yes. They could be that they want pilots for all of them though, so yeah.
Okay, and you see what appears to be a couple of Gamorreans flanking a...
Gamorreans?
Gamorreans flanking a... hard to describe the sort of species that they've got very flat looking faces. You can't really see noses.
Okay, and I
Mostly
don't
bald.
recognise the species.
You had heard that it's probably one of the locals, either a Maris or a Teltiors, but you've never actually learnt the difference between them because they don't travel much around the system.
Okay. Right, and they look like, that person looks like they're the one in charge?
They look like they're the one in charge. Well, you don't think the Gamorrean's in charge.
No. Okay, fair enough.
They don't have a reputation for high intellect
Also fair enough.
because they also can't speak basic.
Can't they? Oh, because of vocal...
Like Wookiees can't
Capacity.
speak basic. Unless, of course, they got a birth defect.
Yeah.
So in the whole of Star Wars, there's one Wookiee for birth defect who can speak basic.
I'm guessing it's
It was
not
like a whole
Chewbacca.
Meowth situation.
And that was in the Timothy Zahn novels.
Gotcha.
Right. So,
So yes, he walks up and greets you and says, "So you're one of the people interested in racing?
yes.
Well, I've managed to secure 10 flyers for a competition, and looking for pilots willing to risk it all for a payday."
Well, I definitely could do with a payday. Hopefully, I won't have to risk it all, but I'll have
Well,
to
he
take my
points to the
chances.
ships and saying, "I'm not going to fly that death trap."
Yeah, well, at this stage, I don't have a lot of choice. So
That's
I guess
why
I
I've
might be-
advertised for new pilots, because ships are easy to recover, pilots less so.
Yeah, this is true. Hopefully my rocket boots help. But I'd suggest keeping your jetpack on if you can. Might save your life. Okay, so
Does he introduce himself at all?
Ah, yes, he says, my name is Car.
They call me Car.
car?
Yeah,
Really?
they do. Starts with a K.
Yeah, but still, really?
K-A-R-R.
K-A-R-R.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. You didn't used to be a pirate, did you? No, I'm kidding.
All my life, yes. That's where I got most of my ships from.
If you use a Boston accent, his name's just Cat.
Yeah. And how many pilots are you looking for in Nova, or for this kind of ship? Or
Well, I've arranged the competition myself.
I see.
So we're looking to see how many people would like to get a chance at joining one of the major races.
Yep. So these are smaller races that will help people work their way up into the larger races.
Yep. I've got them flying through the ocean of memory because, well, that's what they'll become if they don't finish.
Okay. And when's this race going to take place?
As soon as I can line up enough pilots, I've got a few interested parties.
So, is this just for the ships you have here, or all
Yep.
ships gonna?
Well,
This is just replacement.
This is for placement.
Gotcha.
And then he'll sponsor survivors into the major event later in the day.
Okay. Yeah.
Of course, that's assuming there are any survivors.
So it is possible also that we could have
Death
raced
race.
Crash and Ash here. Lead, sorry, here as
Well, if you've got
well.
other pilots, they're more than welcome to come and crash with me.
Well, there is a possibility that this race won't allow a third-party ship to come in.
Well, this is going to be a qualifying race to get into the big race.
Big race.
Yeah.
So, just out of curiosity, what's required to get into the big race?
Well, a sponsor.
So you do need a sponsor. We don't have a sponsor
He'll be the sponsor.
of us three. But
Yeah.
if we want to enter,
Just say, hey, we have two other friends that wanna enter as well. But that does bring up the point of we won't be able to necessarily race Crash's ship without the
That's-
sponsor. I see.
that's what I was saying.
Yeah.
So it might be that. But then just having Crash behind the wheel might be enough to win the race in this first one until we can sponsor ourselves. Which is the next question I ask. So how is it if you want to race your own ship? Like one day when I've got the money and things like that. You know, what's required to sponsor a ship?
He laughs. Well, you got to know the right person.
Oh, I see.
And not be how do we say it? Wanted on enough crimes that it's worth more them turning you in than actually allowing you to race.
Okay, alright. So
So no current wanted dead or alive posters.
okay. Are you wanted dead or alive anyway? Okay.
Nope.
As
Just
far as you
checking.
know.
Yep.
Look, for all I know, we're
Miss-
all wanted dead or alive somewhere.
Misa, an angel.
Absolutely.
Too much Red Bull today.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's all that Red Bull you drink. How much does it cost when you're getting when you're sponsoring your own ship to go in?
Sponsoring your own ship generally sets you back at least 500 credits just to get considered for it, but can go a lot more than that.
Depending on whether or not you
How
know
many
the
other-
right people.
And how many other people are sponsoring at the time.
Okay.
Only the people who offer the most sponsorship are the ones who get in.
Okay. So
Everyone
it's
else loses their money.
a bit like a bidding war, except
Silent bidding.
you don't get to keep your money.
For the qualifying race,
Mm-hmm.
is that 100 credits now, or is that 100 credits if you survive?
I'm not going to pay you if you don't survive.
That's fair.
That's just crazy talk. It's going to cost me at least that much to recover the ship.
So knowing that, do we want to get lead and crash down here to get just a percentage? Because I don't.
Oh,
We could still try to get them in. I don't know that we got much money left. I think we were left at kind of zero, if I remember, because we spent every cent for our group gear.
I have personal credits. I have 400.
No, we didn't spend all of it because we left some just in case we needed to
No,
get
we
the
spent
ship on.
all of our group gear money.
Well, we got all of the pirates' weapons that we can turn in for money. I don't know how much that would add up to.
Yeah.
Probably not that much, but still.
I think I was zeroed out because I covered
I ended up with 400.
some of the extra group stuff. I put in extra money for.
Wait, but wasn't that just based off of the
How many credits did we start with?
10,000?
10.
That was
that they got 10,000
the-
for selling
the-
the crystals.
the group was the 10,000.
Unfortunately, the Gungan didn't get 10,000 at the time.
True,
No,
true,
so-
true, yeah.
The group
Um,
was
Probably
close
started
to
with about
1100.
500 to
And
The group gear we bought was the 10,000 that we had from the crystals,
I
but
spent-
that didn't
No, no,
include
no.
the
I spent like
10,000 that we
10,000
got from
roughly.
Kaggle.
So you owe
group
quite a bit of money.
gear that we
I
got
think.
covered.
Calculator.
Yeah, sorry, do you have it written down? I know the group gear, we got some of that money from selling off the armor. And I know I spent all of mine, and I covered 200 shortfall on Ross's side of the group thing. Because we were all going to pay 2,200 each, but Ross didn't have. He'd spent all his money on his gear, so I put the money in for the gear. I haven't popped the group gear list up yet, by the way. Because we've got extra stim packs and things like that in that group gear. As well
I had a
as-
lot of money left over because Ash didn't spend much at all, actually. So
No idea about stuff.
Actually, the group only. Yeah. Okay. So no. So the group got $5,000 from the armor,
Mm-hmm.
and we spent $6,000 on the group stuff. So it was just 200 each.
200 each, and so we
Yeah.
never actually spent the 10,000 credits from the gems that Kaggle gave us. Because Kaggle paid us for that.
Yeah, and I think we were using that to pay for docking fees and
That's what it was.
stuff. So
Yes.
yeah, we
Yep.
could sponsor ourselves into that as well. Yeah, we could use that money.
From a credit standpoint, we absolutely could.
Yeah.
From a reputation standpoint, that part's debatable.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyway,
All right. So at least
back
we know
to the
that
other
much.
conversation.
Sorry.
Yeah. So do you think we want 5 people in this qualifying race with the potential, like, some of these are death traps? Or do we go with 3 people in the qualifying race and we sponsor for Crash and one other person to race his thing? Or can we negotiate with Carr, instead of paying us 100 credits if we survive,
Mm.
that he'll
Sponsor.
we'll pay him 500 credits and he sponsors our other pilot in our ship for the big race.
In addition to his own,
Yes.
he would want a percentage of our winnings, which would be fine, but we've got
That's-
to expect that.
Yep.
Yeah.
With
But that would mean that we've got someone who's sponsored before. Are they allowed to sponsor more than one ship?
he's sponsoring at least these 10.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
If they survive, yeah.
if they survive, so I think it stands to reason that he could do that. So we could negotiate
Yep.
that.
Yep, I'm happy to.
So we'll say we'll pay the base 500 credits.
Yep.
We'll qualify for your race,
Mm.
and we'll.
Do you want to negotiate that now, or do you want to fly the ship, see how we do, and then go from there?
That's a good question. What do you think?
Well, if we're all good flyers, he might be more interested in negotiating.
True.
If we're all crap fires, we might have a harder time.
Yeah.
But, you know.
Let's do it that way. Let's.
So do we want to keep it just the 3 of us then?
How do we do
Oh
it?
no, you
Or
said
we
the 5 of us.
If we do the 5, and then we can negotiate after that. What do you guys think online? Have all 5 of us do a qualifying race and then negotiate that he'll sponsor 2 in Crash's ship, and the 3 of us will fly as per the ad said, and all for 30%.
If he sponsors it, it'll be under his name and not anyone else's.
Yes.
Which takes away that disadvantage of your name driving off all the other races.
Yep.
That's what I was thinking.
You could come up with a ghost name too.
I'm more worried with the guns on it. Sounds more like a death race.
It might be.
I will ask her. These races, is there a reason why there's guns on these ships?
Yes.
Why?
So you can shoot them
So in these races, you do shoot at each other.
if you want to.
So I gather that's a part of. What's that thing where you overtake people and you move up in the thing?
Advancing.
Advancing, yeah. That's a part of the advancing strategy.
Well, if the other ship's not flying, they're not going to beat you.
No, that's true. I guess that's where the death comes into it. All right. Well, we know 2 other pilots. Do you want to wait for them to come, and then we'll do this test race? What time's this race?
Well, he's hoping to get clearance to start it tonight.
Okay. Yep.
He normally does it at night, so the explosions are more spectacular.
Okay. All right. We'll.
Okay.
We'll.
Wouldn't you do the same?
Will comms for Crash and Led come and join us, and hope no one steals our ship while we're doing this?
I think so.
Yep. Alright, so do we do a fast forward scene to everybody's there and we run the race?
He's happy to provide security on your personal ships.
Yep.
Yeah.
Sorry.
But we can't guarantee there won't be Gamorrean nose marks on it afterwards.
Totally fair.
Fairly sure those will wipe off, so not so worried by them. Alrighty. Alright, we'll get Crash and Led to join us, and we'll get into this race. Let's get going. And our flag girl is going to be Therion. He's going to wave the flag on his tail.
He's gonna do a great job.
Says, well, the ships that you're flying are fairly small. They're pretty spry for the cost. You expect a ship that cheap to be a lot slower, but that's because, well, it has no shields or hyperdrive.
Yep. Sounds cool.
Not like you can actually steal it and go somewhere else. Oh, it also does have a self-destruct in case you decide to try to steal it. He thought he'd mention that because the last time someone did, it cost him a little bit more to recover.
Sorry, what's his self-destruct?
When someone tried to steal one of your ships.
If you go off the course.
Oh, right. What if you accidentally go off course?
Well,
Be a better pilot?
Yeah, be a better pilot. Yeah, I guess that's the.
it says you only screw up once. He says.
That's true. Alright. Ready to fly.
And it's got forward-mounted laser cannons as well as 2 concussion missiles each.
I gather we're not expected to fire at each other now.
That's completely up to you because he's only offering it to the people who succeed in actually flying the course.
Okay, alright.
If they can't actually survive a course, then Well, he doesn't need to sponsor them.
So, as far as the 5 of us concerned, if you see anyone else firing at us, we'll all fire at them. Yep.
I'm fine with that.
He says he does have a few other pilots lined up, so he'll see how they go.
Yep. Does he have 5 other pilots, or is it...
Give me a sec.
Yep, that's okay.
Sorry, I was just trying to make notes so I can actually keep track of things.
Yep. Okay, this is an opportunity to advertise your videos and say you could always watch the video. I know you're busy GMing, I was just being lighthearted.
Terrinoth is sitting very nicely right now. I think he's going to be the best flag girl. In our bud.
Well, as long as he can chase it and then run off with it afterwards.
It's going to be tied to his
Absolutely.
tail, you know. I'm fairly sure that he won't catch it, but it'll make a good show of trying.
Well, if it's tied to his tail, he'll sit on it.
I was gonna say, how about that be? All you have is you have a cat that somebody takes a cat, plops it down. It's just a cat sitting there, and then his tail does the flag, and then he notices it and runs off trying to chase it.
Ghost name?
You've got your ghost name?
Yes. It
So-
was a lot quicker
so you
than
see-
I thought it was going to be.
He's not going to invest in strategy
It's
or
not
anything like that.
ghost.
He's going to invest, make sure his ghost name's perfect,
Yes.
so that when he dies, he
So
goes
his ghost
down in
name is
style.
perfect. Is that what we're calling you, perfect?
No. My ghost name is Baba Yaga.
Oh, Yaga!
Oh,
no!
Babayaga.
You sure it's not Jabba Yaga?
No.
Okay.
No, it's
So
probably
with that name, you're
From
ship
John
number
Wick.
1.
Mhm.
From John Wick.
yeah.
Yep.
Technically, it's actually from an old Russian folktale.
It is, yeah.
Slavic.
Yes, Slavic, yes.
Yes.
So, does anyone want ship number 2?
I will do it under the name of Mario.
Does anyone want ship number 3?
Me.
Because there are 10 ships, so
I'll take number 3
as...
as what's her name?
Casper.
Can I be?
Peach.
What was Speed Racer's name?
Sorry?
What was?
Speed Racer. Speed Racer was
Oh yeah, no,
literally
his name was. Yeah, his name was Speed Racer.
There was his brother who was Racer X.
I'll be Racer X.
Does that mean, Ross, you and I are races Y and Z?
So is anyone going to be ship number 4? Because there are still another 6 to go.
Ross, do you want 4?
I'm not that feeling that confident flying these things, that's all.
Maybe you are.
Considering you've only got a 2 and a 1, I absolutely understand. Considering I'm a 2 and a 1/1, I'm not that far much ahead of you. Why don't you take ship 4 just for the sake of things being easy, and I'll take ship 5.
Okay. I'll have a quick look over using my mechanic skill.
Yeah, but what name do you use? Is
Copper.
Copper?
Yeah.
Okay, so Ariadna, what name do you use?
Kai? Do I need a ghost name? I've already got a ghost name. I'm
No.
keeping track of 2
I
names.
just asked people what names they were using.
No, it's just
It's
fun.
Just Kai. Oh, look.
This is my stage name.
What was your name again? Racer X?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. No. I couldn't think of a better one.
Riri?
Yeah.
You're
That's
just
pretty
happy,
decent.
aren't you?
He's pretty happy.
He's gonna go to sleep there, I think.
I think so. So cute.
He's got his little paws going.
You see?
His now one thing just hanging out.
Okay, so you see listed up there, you've got in ship number 1, Baba Yaga, with a skull mark next to it.
What, just one?
Just one.
Gonna have to earn the rest.
Apparently, anytime someone calls themselves something like that, it just happens.
Yep.
Then up in cart number 2, you've got Mario.
Mario in cart number 2.
Is
Yep.
there a mushroom painted next to that one?
I was gonna
Possibly.
say, surely someone should be called the princess.
In number 3, you've got Racer X. In number 4, you've got Copper. In number 5, you've got Kai. In number 6, you've got Gog. In number 7, you've got Mugi. In number 8, you've got George. In number 9, you've got Athena. And in number 10, you've got someone called Pepper. So you've been told that there is... for his race, he's just got 1 lap. If he can survive 1 lap, that's good enough for him. But it will be reminiscent of actually doing the doing it out in space, but with an atmosphere. So you've got 3 checkpoints to reach: A, B, C, D, and E, and each one of them will require you to E. Oh, sorry, 5 checkpoints.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Braining doesn't always get the right numbers out.
And if you can get back first, he will give you... you can basically earn yourself a ship. He'll make enough out of just advertising it to be able to scrap together enough to build another one.
Fair enough. Alrighty.
He is televising it, and there's lots of betting going on.
How does one get in on the betting? I guess you don't if you're
Generally
a pilot.
not. Generally not if you're the pilot. He says because they generally require you to pay up front.
I was just curious about how the betting works. That's all.
Okay, you will make twice what you put in if your ship comes in first, and you'll make back what you put in if your ship finishes second.
Right.
And you'll make half of what you put in if it comes in third.
Okay, so it's still a profit. So if you put 100 in, you'll get 200 in first. If you put
100 in, you get 100
back, and if you put 100 in third,
You only
You
get
get
50 back.
you get 50 back. So you lose 50
Mm-hmm.
for third place?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
But if you bet on 4th place, you get nothing.
Yeah, okay, fair enough.
There's a way there's 10 ships.
See, this is why I wanted to just understand how the betting works, because, you know, if I came third, I'd consider that a win, but in actual fact, it's a loss.
Yes, but that's the people who are betting.
Yeah. But in terms of my morale and feeling good about myself, I will feel a lot better about myself if I were to come second or first.
These aren't the pilots getting the money. The pilots are completely separate to that.
I said morale, not money. Like.
And in terms of the race, so pilot XYZ comes first. What do they?
They get the ship.
They get the
They
ship.
get the ship.
If second place, do they get anything or
They get a pat on the back and sponsorship.
pound back and sponsorship? Okay.
And if they all finish, theoretically?
They get a pat on the back and sponsorship.
Okay, so only the first one. First is the other one. You're going to win, aren't you?
Yep.
Well, they say they don't do charity.
Even though you've got your own ship?
Well, this would then
Surely
be
you should aim for second so that you could get... One of us could get our own ship and you just get sponsorship.
You do recognise some of the other pilots.
Do they recognise him? Oh, are you wearing a helmet through all this?
Yeah, I'm wearing my Baba Yaga helmet.
Okay.
So Pepper and Athena are both Twi'leks who are known for their cutthroat competition.
Okay.
They
So
basically they work as a team.
we need to keep an eye on the Twi'leks.
There's another Twi'lek in there known as George, who basically is competing against the other 2 Twi'leks.
So Pepper and Athena will probably shoot at us.
Well, they'll shoot at everyone. At every opportunity.
Even themselves?
Sometimes, yes.
I'm guessing once one's in first and one's in second, that's when they start shooting at each other.
And Mugi and Gog are both Marine guards.
Are they actually serious contenders?
You don't know.
Okay.
It may be bums on seats.
And so George is also a Twi'lek, but tends to be in it for himself.
So you do see he more than makes up for the twins. He's probably got more weight than both of them combined.
Okay. So there's only actually 3 other pilots there that aren't us.
No,
and
there's
2
5.
Gamorreans that...
They could be pilots for all you
How
know.
smart are Gamorreans in general? Are they generally... Do they do things like piloting jobs?
Gamorreans can be as smart as any other person.
Okay.
They're perceived as being dumb because they can't speak basic.
Okay, but they might actually be very capable.
Like a Wookiee is perceived as being dumb because it can't speak basic.
Okay, alright. Fair enough. Don't make assumptions then.
Because Wookiees are some of the best starship mechanics in the galaxy. And Gamorreans are some of the best enforcers in the galaxy.
Assumptions, Misa say, make an ass out of you.
Okay, so you've been...
Yeah.
You've been told that there are...
Ass out of you, son.
you have 22 units to get to point A. And
22 units?
Yep. Then 32 to get to point B, then 16 to point C, then 23 to D, and another 17 to the end.
Okay. What does that mean?
So that's the distance your ship has to cover.
Oh, okay, right.
Because I'm using units because I can't use kilometers because the game doesn't work that way.
Do
But
they
it's the
decide they're
equivalent.
just like, no,
They took away distance and speeds, and
I like that
made it very under the hood, so it didn't make any sense.
I like that
parsecs
they-
come in then. Sorry.
Parsecs was not part of the role-playing game. They're saying the role-playing game abstracted distance, so distance is very subjective.
I like that they just didn't assign any type of distance or measurement at all, or even come in with their own measurement.
You
they're
have
just
range
they're just gonna
bands.
use the word units.
No, they have range bands.
That's silly.
So you can move so many range bands over a distance, but in a race that doesn't make a lot of sense.
I like how they made it as generic as possible. It's silly.
So I picked the word unit because at least then I can give you something to aim towards.
That's so funny. I like
Okay.
it.
So the travel points pass through the ocean of memory and back again, going between islands.
Okay.
You'll find that you'll have some difficulties at points that you won't have at others.
Fingers crossed we all survive.
Be interesting if we don't. Because
It's okay, he reckons he'll have a recovery team out to recover someone in the next week or so.
I was going to say, then we'll have to get name generators out again. And it's only been like a couple of weeks.
So he gets you all comfortable in the various vehicles.
Base. I was gonna say before we go on, does it seem like at least the Twi'leks have raced for him before?
Doesn't look as if anyone here has raced for him before.
Okay. That's it. That's all I want to know.
But hey, everyone gets down on their luck occasionally. And he's one of the bottom feeders of the racing circuit.
Makes sense.
Sounds like he does alright.
Of course he does. He uses lethal weaponry on his races to help spice up the race and get more people in.
It's
Also culls down the piloting pool though, but sure.
basically like Death Race, the movie.
Yeah, no, I know that.
Yeah.
If you can survive one of these things and then you get into the ones without guns, you'll feel so much safer as you hurtle through space being
Oh,
chased
so
by
the
pirates.
real race doesn't have guns. Oh, okay, well that's kind of reassuring.
Okay, so you've been lined up on the airstrip with
With the people who
Well,
wanted to
sounds
go.
pretty normal.
so Baba Yaga's at the front,
Mm-hmm.
in front of all the weapons.
Mm-hmm.
Not to feel paranoid at all.
No.
When we take off, are we going to do it all individually, or are you going to do this as a group?
I'm gonna do you as a group.
If I can, I want to kind of sit at the back of the group to start with.
Well,
You're in the 5th position.
I know I'm in the 5th position, but that doesn't mean I have to go so fast that I stay in the 5th position.
it's okay. You get to choose how fast you start off, because most of you can only accelerate one bit at a time.
So you have a vehicle that can accelerate or decelerate up to 4 units at a time.
Okay.
But you normally can only do one as a skill roll, If you want to do all 4 in one jump, then that will put 3 strain on your vehicle. And if your ship ever runs out of strain, it crashes.
Alright.
How much
I
strain
am
do the
at
vehicles
12
have?
strain.
No, the vehicle
The
strain.
vehicle.
So you believe that the ship has 8,
8 strain.
which means you could almost use all of it up in just accelerating.
Save for the end. Alright.
Okay, so you've been shown the controls, the rough go over of how it works. You realise that while they're fairly old, they are in serviceable condition. Not one seems any better than the other.
And are we also shown how the weapons work? Probably are.
It's all very much point and click.
Yeah, pretty much.
Just checking. You don't want to hop into a ship and take off and then...
Not know how to press the button.
Exactly.
Depends on how bad your roll is.
So Ross, your character was going to have a mechanics check over the ship.
Yes.
Okay. So while everyone else is being checked out on how to fly the ship, Ross's character is having a mechanical look over it. What's your mechanics?
I'm skilled 1 with intelligence of 2.
Can I also do that?
So you're doing that as well?
Yes.
Instead of being shown how it works?
Yes.
Okay, so looking over the ship, everything's fine, it's all fine, nothing to see here, move along.
Oh no!
With my mechanics.
So Ross, you take you have 2 setbacks on that one. So how would you like those setbacks to happen for your character? Would you like to have some fault with the vehicle that you don't know about? Would you like to pass out as soon as you get into the controls? Because hey, you've only got 1 strain left over at the moment. If you take 1 strain, you do pass out.
Okay, while checking it, I slip and fall off the wing or whatever, and I've passed out.
Okay. So it looks like as you're checking over your ships, you see that not Mario. Where are we? Copper has been rolled out.
Can I stim patch him or?
You could, but that recovers wounds, not strain.
Okay. What about the other patch that I've got? I've got 2 types. Sorry, I'll come back around there. I'll get myself some food. What is my list? Stim packs. Since skin, that wouldn't do it. And okay, so none of those would help. That's nothing recovers strain, does it?
Sleeping.
A few
Yeah.
things do.
Rest.
Rest does.
Yep.
And with my...
So, essentially, lead's out of the race entirely now.
Yeah. Unfortunately.
And with my... Can I use computers as well as mechanics?
Just mechanics.
Just mechanics. Hang on. Because I've got 2 in mechanics. And was it
Intellect.
3 in intellect? And hang on, there's mods to install, removes it back. That's salvaging.
If you pass out too, it's gonna be a very interesting race.
Well, the fact that I only had 1 strain, I doubt that he'll pass out.
I'll also use my redundant systems tier 2, which is an easy mechanics check
To
fix the system.
have a look.
Yeah, that's if you find it's damaged. Currently, you're just looking to see if it's damaged.
Just trying to see what the wording's saying first.
It's a
Okay.
bit specific.
So So basically, you're going to scrap a system to fix a non-broken system.
Oh, no. No, I'll just use my 2 mechanics and my 3 int. Please.
Okie dokie. So. You still don't see any problems. You feel really good about this.
Before this race even starts, I would like to say that I use one of my stim packs to reduce my wounds
Wounds by 5.
by 5, so I should be to 8 wounds.
So you would be on 8 wounds.
Yes.
Okay.
You're on 8 wounds.
As you see a medical droid come out and inject copper with a bunch of stuff. Looking at medical. There's quite a few different medical things that can assist people. Medicine and drugs, always a good chapter. What could go wrong with that?
Addiction.
Oh, there's no trick zone.
Finished your PowerPoint.
Oh no, my computer died.
Oh.
I knew there was something here that should hopefully have given you back some stuff.
A Red Bull injection.
Oh, something called Nalakane.
That sounds like fun. Let's all have some of that.
Cerebral stabilizer. A helmet to stick on someone that injects them with needles to make sure they don't critically die. So if they're in the bleeding out phase of dying, you stick this on them.
And they just, yeah. Maybe not that one.
Okay. So I'll quickly look up medicine on this one because it has its own section on how to heal people. There is a specific way of bringing back something. I think it's a medicine check. Using a med kit. It's been a while since I've had to actually do it. 219. Medical care. Okay, so you have a droid try to actually stabilize you.
Is it named B1?
Probably not, because B1 would probably not be as nice. Here, let me use a cattle prod.
I'd be like, oh my god. Okay.
So, apparently it heals wounds and causes more strain.
Yay.
So yes, you see your friendly copper flopping about on the tarmac for a little bit. As apparently the droid seemed to eject at the wrong spot.
Okay.
So, did it help or not help?
It did not help.
Is that because of the dice roll?
Yeah.
Because of the dice roll.
Can we spend a force point to say it helped? And are people happy if we ask for that?
I mean, I'm definitely okay with that.
The other thing is, I not really fit to fly. Because if I actually took any strain by flying, I would actually be skidding into the ground.
Exactly. So
Okay, that's fine.
what if we use the force point to say it stabilizes him and we
Well,
send him to go
technically
rest?
he is stable.
Oh, so he is stable.
Yeah, he's.
Yeah, I'm just unconscious.
We just don't have the extra flyer.
So we just lose
So,
one of them.
Our crash,
Brum
Brum Brum Crash sees a Gungan from another family come out to replace Copper. Not from his family. He gives you the thumbs up, at least you think it's a thumbs up. Hard to tell with some of these gestures.
Yeah, wasn't it the thumbs up and then across the neck?
There's that too.
And I think that's the Gungan's boom boom.
Alright. So
And you see on the score thing in your cockpit that Gungan is going by the name of Bigger. He's bigger.
I like it.
Yeah, bigger is better.
Yep, you get it.
Maybe not at faster though. We will soon find out.
So, when you're flying, you have the choice of accelerating to go up. So you've got to reach the point A and pretty much come to a stop to go on to point B. So it's basically accelerate, brake,
Bunny hop. Okay.
But the thing is, all you need to do is be stopped for a reach stop, and then you can spin another maneuver to speed up again. So you don't actually have to be at a full stop for long.
California roll. Got it.
As long as you reach the stop point. Otherwise you overshoot, and
Okay.
so that's where the units come in. And because your ship can go up to 4, if you're at 4 speed, you accelerate by 4. If you start at 1, it just keeps accelerating by 1 until you start decelerating.
So it's like, so if you do it without taking strain, so first maneuver is you go up to 1, second maneuver you go up to 2, so third is you go up to 3, fourth is you go up to 4, and fifth you stay at 4.
Well,
As long as you don't
can,
decelerate?
you can keep going as fast or as slow as you want, but you can only speed up by maximum of 4 or decelerate by maximum of 4.
So you could accelerate by 1, accelerate by 1, accelerate by 1.
So accelerating by 1 doesn't cause any strain on your ship. Accelerating by 4 causes 3 strain on your ship out of the 8 strain it can take. That's why it's a risk to go all out and then brake, all out and brake.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so yes, you've been given the rundown of your ship. You can choose to do multiple things while you're piloting. As the maneuvers that you've trained to do is accelerate, decelerate is a maneuver. Evasive maneuvers so people can't hit you is a maneuver. Stay on target is a maneuver if you're trying to shoot someone else. Punch it is going as fast as you can is a maneuver. Angle deflected shields is a maneuver you don't need to worry about. No shields.
Okay, so accelerate, decelerate.
So actions are use the weapons, damage control, which is basically trying to mitigate some of the stress on the vehicle, and gain the advantage trying to get yourself at a position to take out another ship. But not a lot of actions you need to care about as a pilot.
It sounds like just enough.
Just enough. Okay, so first things first is at the start.
While I remember,
Yeah. I'm happy for Ross to give me suggestions for the Gungan taking his place.
while I remember, I'm going to put on my armored clothing.
Okay, good idea.
Which is
I presume we're all wearing our armor.
We are.
Okay.
Made that
So-
during the pirate battle.
Yeah, so bigger is in number
Fair
4.
enough.
Bigger is in number 4.
Okay, so number 4 is going to be a line. He's going to try to be a line behind.
Full throttle.
Oh.
Piloting check to increase speed.
Was it
One
Crash?
cunning round.
Baba Yaga.
Oh, Yaga, yeah.
So he's trying to shoot down Baba Yaga?
Yeah.
Alright.
We're targeted already.
Okay, so at the starting grid, you get to choose how fast you're going to put your ship off. In the first round, you get to decide if you're going to accelerate as your maneuver. If you do 2 maneuvers in a round, your ship takes 2 strain. So you really want to limit how much you take the strain.
Question.
Yep.
Oh, well, 2 questions. So I have Tinkerer, which adds 1 hit point to a vehicle.
Yep.
And I also have Full Throttle, which is a hard piloting check to increase speed by 1 for cunning rounds.
Mhm.
Is this a cunning round?
This is a round you could put cunning number of rounds. So your character's cunning represents how many rounds it can do it for. It's one of
3.
your attributes.
Oh, yep, 3. Okay.
So
I'm
with the actions, that is a dice roll.
Actions are dice rolls,
And
maneuvers
that-
are not.
Yeah, and so the dice roll has the potential of adding strain to the vehicle.
Mhm.
Or us, and or both.
Or both.
Okay, I just want to make sure I have all of the things done because I don't think we've ever done piloting before.
Not done piloting, that's why I thought I'd give you an actual race
Yeah,
with consequences.
cool.
So yes, you get behind the sticks, and the first choice you need to make is how fast you push your ship off the starting grid. Do you just do the Anakin in his pod racer and equivalent of stalling it to let everyone get in front of you, or do you take off becoming the target? Because the speed you go at represents how much you're accelerating each round until you change it.
Do we take turns in order of the number of ships we're in?
Yeah, I guess we could do that.
Well, it's more that if you're in front and people are right behind you and
Then
you go
you're
off
the target.
slower,
Yeah.
then once you take off, if you're the slowest person, either they're going to run into you or they're going to overtake you.
I've already said that my intention is to let people overtake me.
So you want to be in the back, in the back and catch up?
Which means you can equivalent, I'm going at speed 0 in the first round.
Yeah. I think I might
Because the
go.
Gungan can, Baba Yaga can go speed 5 because of special ability.
Yeah.
But that would do 4 strain on your ship.
Fine tuning reduces system strain. Is that sticky paper? I think it's the 3rd one down.
Fine tuning. When reducing system strain, also reduce ranks in system strain. So basically, when you're doing a reduced system strain check, you reduce the system strain by 1 because you've got 1 rank in it.
Right. Okay.
So if you have 2 ranks in it, we reduce it by 2 on top of whatever you roll.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm going. So yours.
I think I'm gonna stick to speed 1, just to get going, and then test it out from there. I guess.
Yeah. I'm gonna go speed 1 as well.
How does Mark go?
I'll go normal speed at the start, and then
So speed
so
1.
so you can do accelerate, decelerate, and evade. Is that right, Martin?
Accelerate or decelerate. So you can accelerate or decelerate by 1,
Yeah.
or just stay at the current speed. You can do maneuvers, which is fly drive,
which allows you to move the distance again that you've chosen as your speed.
Okay, I see what you're getting at. Yep, okay.
Evasive
So-
maneuvers, which makes you harder
yeah.
to hit.
Yeah.
Punch it, which allows you to accelerate, increase your speed by the number of the vehicle speed rating. So that for most of you, that's 4. Whereas Baba Yaga can make it 5 for 3 rounds.
He's a speedster.
So, Kesley and me are going speed 1 to start with. Are you going 1 as well?
I'm going 1 as well, yep.
Ariadna's going speed 0, is that right?
Yep.
Yep, speed 0.
And if you want to gain the advantage on the course, you need to be going at least 4, at least doing speed 4.
Okay.
And what's
That's one of the actions.
Biggie? What's Ross doing for Biggie?
So what's Biggie doing, Ross?
Stay on target.
So he's staying on target but not moving.
Yeah, he's basically gonna shoot.
No, he's not, because he's not going to be moving. The other vehicles take off. He's staying on target.
You haven't
We haven't
moved
started.
before you-
So I can't take a pot shot and then start drive past him.
None of the ships will be pointed at another ship at the starting
Because
grid.
you'll be next to each
Oh, okay. So it's like the early races where they're all pointing. Yeah.
If your guns could point at another ship before you take off, then the person at the back would automatically win by just blowing the rest of you away.
So yeah, basically you're in a straight line next to each other. Basically.
Okay. In that case, I'll just just moving up to speed 1 then, and trying to maneuver in behind.
So you want to do speed 1
Yaga.
and maneuver?
Yeah, if I could do that.
You can do that
So everyone's taking off at 1, is that right?
at this stage.
yeah.
Yes.
Well, all four of us, you're taking off at 0.
Which means you're
You're
staying
still-
Am I
still.
locked into 0?
No, you can change your mind.
No, it just means that if you're 1 point behind everyone else.
I'm just wondering if everyone else is going off at 1. No one takes off. No one's. This might be the time to get in front of everybody.
You can go up to speed 4 as your starting point, which does 3 strain on your ship.
I'm at 8. I don't want to spend it all. How many points did you say? 5.
It does 3 strain on your ship to go up to speed
But there's
4.
5 points we've got to hit.
There's 5 points you've got to hit.
Hit. So you don't want to use up your 8 points of strain too fast. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
That is correct.
Well,
So you can make a mechanics check mid flight to see if you can reduce some of it.
okay. Well, not that I've got any mechanic skills or anything like that. I'll still sit at 0, but this is going to be awfully funny if none of us go anywhere. I just wanted to make sure I understood what was happening.
I think so far you're the only one to make the choice to not.
Yeah.
Except
Well,
for the other 5.
my choice
We
is
don't know
to
we don't know what the other one's doing.
sit at the back of the pack and pick off everybody else while you guys take the front.
Yeah.
I'm just surprised that everybody else is only going 1 at the start.
But we don't want to get strained because it is the start.
Yeah, it is the start. That's true.
Okay, so
And anything above 1 gets strain, isn't it?
Yeah.
A 2 get you 1
Yeah.
straight.
Yep. Okay.
Yeah, makes sense.
As far
Piloting
as
is
I understand
weird.
it.
Pardon?
Piloting is weird.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? That's
it's
why
weirder
I-
when you actually do it officially by the rules.
That's why I'm
Yeah.
rethinking it. So 0 means I don't move at all. I don't even take off.
Yes.
It means you don't take off in the first round,
Okay.
but most of the others will only be 1 ahead of you.
Okay.
So, as it going from what you've declared, from the starting grid, you have Gog and Moogie in front at accelerated out to 4.
Wow. Yep.
They basically did the whole gunning it because they don't exactly know
There's
restraint.
the Gamorreans.
But if they're in front and you can't actually hit them,
Yeah. Well, that's why I was worried about taking off at 0.
whereas Bigger is at 2, range 2, distance 2, because they did the speed up and fly, so they overshot Baba Yaga because they're out in front.
And what did the twins do?
The twins were also doing speed 1 to see what was happening, taking off slowly.
So 4 1s, 0, 2 4s, 2 and 2 1s.
Okay, so you've got the 2 Gamorreans out ahead, so if they don't change their speeds or they just bump it up by 1, they're just going to keep pulling ahead of everyone.
Yeah.
The advantage of slamming the accelerator down at the start does have its advantage.
Yes.
Okay, so I am going to ask what Baba Yaga is doing this round. Because you can choose to shoot someone in front. There are 3 people in front of you.
Sure. Can I shoot and move, or is it?
You can. Well, at this stage, your vehicle will continue moving 1 unless you
okay.
change it. You can increase it by 1 without taking a strain, or you can increase it by 5.
I'll increase my speed by 1 and shoot.
Okay.
And so the first ship that I would be shooting at would be Biggie.
Oh, big.
Okay.
So that's -1 strain from my ship.
No, it's no strain on your ship because shooting's an action,
Just moving.
Oh, yep.
as is trying to do damage control.
Okay.
Okay, so what does Mario want to do? You are currently equal. You're sitting 4th with most of the people.
I would like to accelerate, and then I'd like to move as well.
Are
to make the call.
you going to speed 2, 3, or 4?
Well, he's not punching it. I'm believing. I believe he's just doing the accelerate.
Oh, so just.
So accelerate is increase 1 or decrease 1.
Oh, okay, right.
Punching it
Yeah.
is maximum acceleration.
So I would accelerate and fly. So I'm going up. I've gone up to 2 squares. Does that make sense, man?
Yeah.
And
So it's
yeah.
Okay, so Racer X.
I will continue at the same speed.
Same speed.
So 1.
With that, though, with that decision, if I decide I want to try to shoot, will that hit the people who are trying to get ahead? Get my team who are trying to get ahead.
You can pick anyone in front of you.
Okay, so I would like to try to shoot George.
Okay. Then what does the Gungan do, Ross?
Okay, seeing that everybody, is gone off slow, and the 2 Warriors are sped off, and I'm currently 3rd, I'm going to decelerate it and pass, and then.
Okay, so I'm going to tell you at this point at 0 unless you actually
Okay, I still need. Fair enough.
because basically you'll be basically coming to a stop and
Yeah.
we'll just fly right past
You'll
you.
be landing.
Not landing, just everything flies
Oh,
past.
yep.
You can maintain speed 1.
Yeah, I maintain speed 1, so they basically overtake me.
And who are you shooting at?
Well, I only can see 2 in front of me, correct?
At the moment, there's only 2 in front of you.
Okay, what I'll do is I'll shoot whoever goes past me first.
Okay.
Funny water.
What about Ariadna? What would you like to do? Would you like to take off at 1 now?
Yes, please.
And did you want to shoot someone in front of you?
Are there any non-team members in front of me?
There are 6 non-team members in front of you.
I will shoot at one of the competitive Twi'leks. If that's an option.
That is an option. Okay, so we're starting off with the people in front because, hey, that's basically the people you want to know about the first up.
Yeah.
So both George and Moogie have accelerated out to 9 units from the starting point, having just gone up by 1 because they're at 4. They've now gone up to 5, which means that they're going to have to probably brake heavily when they reach the end of that stretch.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense.
Well, they already had a speed of 5, so they accelerated slightly past that to... It's like when you put your foot down on the accelerator.
Yeah.
You can either continue with your foot down or let it off a little bit.
Yeah.
Why would you take your foot off the accelerator?
Because then you might just shut down in the middle of flight. Okay, so that's those ones. And the next person who's in front is the Gungan, Biggie, who's moved up to Unit 3 on the mile marker. And then I'll start from the top. So we have Baba Yaga, who makes it to Unit 3, coming alongside Copper, but not passing it. And he can now shoot out at Georgie, or shoot out at Gog or Moogie. Does he have a preference for Gog or Moogie?
They're the ones right at the front.
They're the ones at the front.
Yeah.
Go Gog.
Okay, going for Gog, you have what's your character's gunnery?
Gunnery, I have 1 in gunnery, and what else do I need?
Agility.
Agility is 3.
Agility is 3.
It's pretty good.
Those 2 on that. And they have just managed to pull out of close, so it's a little bit harder to hit them. Hey, not too hard.
That's what I was worried about when I was taking off at 0.
Okay, so apparently they were a little too hard to hit as your ship takes 1 system strain from trying to hit him. It does manage to clog your system up slightly and you don't hit. Your shot goes wild. Then next person up is Mario, who then flies past Bigger, reaching, because now at speed 2 and is doing that as a second time. So is now at distance 5, taking 2 strain for the extra flying. And looks like Bigger is shooting at Mario as Mario flies past.
Yep. Maybe I should call myself Bowser.
Okay, apparently Bigger is hits Mario flying past.
Yep.
Which does, I believe, 3 damage to you because you have 2 damage because you have
Oh, I guess I didn't
3 armor.
Is the damage based off of R?
No, it's actually based on the vehicle itself.
What was the ship's?
Can take 10 total.
Okay.
So it's basically taking a chunk out of your ship as it flew past.
Fair enough.
Then next one up in speed of things is Georgie, who's who's moving 2, so they've reached mile marker 3. Same with the other ones, and they're all now shooting at the next one in line, which appears to be Mario.
Oh no!
Okay.
So Mario just happened to fly out front of people willing to shoot whoever was in front of them.
Uh-oh.
Well, Mario just got smacked for 4 damage.
Wow. You got 3 left.
Stop rolling!
Okay, this time you got hit for 5 damage.
You're down.
Okay, so what critical hit does that ship take as it? So there is a vehicle critical hit table.
Of course there is.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh no.
Okay, so I rolled a 90 on the dice.
Oh no.
Having taken 5 damage, making it a 95. So, your engines are basically dropped down. So your engines are damaged. But considering you're now in the point of crashing, because your hull's been reduced to 0, you will be basically having a controlled crash on your next action.
This is where we spend a fate die to save Mario
No.
slash.
I think I can do it.
That's okay. You didn't know what was going to happen until you did it.
I said I saw it's all blue thing, right?
And then Athena reaches Mark 1, and Kai reaches Mark 1 and shoots out at Athena. So what is Kai's gunnery?
I've got 1 in gunnery and
1 in agility.
2 in agility.
So that would be what the dice is.
It's okay, I'll come around. I'll roll my fate.
Okay, so 1 advantage.
Yeah, this sounds bad.
So you miss, but
Yep.
nothing bad happens to you.
Okay. Not quite what I wanted. Am I able to speed up at this point?
I was just going to see if I can add something to your... I'm happy to say you give them a black dice on their turn.
Oh, that's
Very
something.
nice.
Okay, so that brings us with Gog and Mugi in front. They are starting to... They're maintaining their speed at this stage, so they're not going to be slowing down. Because if they slow down too much or speed up too much, they'll overshoot the first marker. So that brings us to next person to choose what's going on is Mario, who's in the middle of crashing.
Okay. I've got a talent that's called Grace, and it doesn't say it's for flying or not. It just says
It's
for
not for
environmental
flying.
conditions.
It's not.
It's only to make a remover. Use a remover to remove a setback dice, black dice, from environmental conditions on next check. So I don't think it's to do with flying. Is that correct,
It's
Martin?
not to do with flying, no.
Cool, okay. So yes, tell me what I need to do. I'll brace for crashing, I suppose.
So, considering your ship is spiraling down, you can, and you're at speed 2, you can do the hard decelerate and reduce speed to 0.
I'm happy to do that.
Which basically makes it, because you can't actually decelerate more than 3 this round because of the damage,
That's fair enough.
but you can reduce yourself to 0.
Yes, I'll do that and somehow brace for impact the best way I can, I suppose.
Well, if your vehicle's not moving, then basically you don't have to worry about crashing.
So you stick your head
okay.
between your knees and pray to Dank Ferric.
Whereas with the both Gamorreans going at speed 5, if they then had the crash thing happening,
Bad.
they can't actually slow down enough not to crash.
So if I decrease my speed, and can I still fire something off?
No, because your vehicle's pretty much out of control.
Okay, fair enough.
You're
Just
doing
all right.
everything you can to go down. Normally, at this stage, you would be considered colliding into the equivalent of an asteroid or something like that.
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
That's what normally happens when your ship's at 0 hull. Okay, so what does Baba Yaga do? You're at speed 2.
I'm sure.
Functioning and reducing system strain. Yeah, I might speed up to.
You can increase it by 5. And then you could also do a mechanics check to decrease the amount of system strain.
Yes. Why not? Let's do that. 5, and then I can.
It's called damage control. Okay, so that brings us down to Racer X.
Alrighty.
You're currently at speed 1.
So, speed 1, marker 3?
Marker 2, because you didn't increase your speed.
Okay.
Did we end up increasing my speed, or wasn't I able to do that?
Well, we did increase your speed. Oh yeah, you also get to shoot someone. Did you want to shoot? I forgot the last round. Did you want to shoot at Athena or Pepper?
Yes.
Okay. So what's your gunnery?
I have nothing but my agility is 3.
So agility of 3 is not nothing. And as they are just in
True.
front of you,
Yeah.
it's a very easy to hit target.
And do they get that black dice?
They get the black dice on
On
their
their
action.
Their
On their
turn.
turn.
Okay. Cool.
So that means that you hit them with an advantage.
Nice.
Can I give the other one a black dice as well?
You can, well, the same one. You can give them an extra black dice.
Okay. Let's do that.
Okay, so your ship does 5 damage when it hits, so they've taken 2 damage. Hey, the more, if that all adds up, it does take them down.
Okay.
So what does Racer X do this round? Next round?
Can I try to stay behind them to be on the attack, basically? So
You can.
if they speed up, then I would speed up?
You decide what you're doing.
That's hard.
I
Okay.
know that's if you know everything, it's
Then-
very easy to plan it.
Right?
You get to hear what the people in front of you are doing.
I will.
don't know where everyone is or where I am in relation to them. I'm blind.
I will
Okay.
accelerate for my movement.
Just a
Is
normal accelerate, so that.
One going up by 1.
Yep. And did you want to shoot at someone in front of you?
In this one, can I shoot again at the same target?
Yes, you can.
Okay.
So we're up to, what does Copper want to do this round?
Well, he'll just continue accelerating by 1, so be up to 3 or whatever.
Well,
And
he didn't
basically.
he didn't
Yeah.
accelerate last round.
Okay.
Oh well.
He stayed at speed 1 and had
Okay.
then decided to try to fly behind someone.
Yeah. And now he's now the other Gungans right next to him.
Yes.
Can I try to basically try to sideswipe him?
So you want to ram?
Basically, I'm trying to distract him, trying to give him a disadvantage on that.
Ross, in this thing, if you're going to fly into them, it's considered a crash.
I think he wants to
Oh,
use
okay.
feign ramming, so he doesn't want to actually ram, but he's aware he could stuff it up and accidentally ram him. Does that make sense?
I don't think there's rules for that, is
There,
there?
there are rules for that, but it's then slow. It will slow things down as I look it up.
Okay.
I was trying to give you a race, not a complex
Okay.
maneuver. Because
No, he'll just gun it.
so you're gunning it fully.
Yeah.
So speed. That'll put you up to speed 5. Are you doing anything for an action?
Is there a defensive type thing?
What's it? Evasion? Something, was it?
Basically.
There is, but that's a maneuver.
Oh, okay.
Because if he guns. it
Oh,
and
okay.
does,
In that case, I will try as an action. Can I try to lessen the strain that the ship will take?
Mechanics check.
Sorry, I was trying to actually say something at the time.
Please finish.
What I was trying to say is, if you want to gun it and evade being shot at, you would take strain for doing 2 maneuvers, and that would have been 5 strain on the 1 turn.
Okay, yeah, fair enough.
So you're wanting to do damage control as well?
Yeah. Yeah, so
Okay.
gunning it as the maneuver, as the maneuver, and damage control is the action.
I was going to say, Genesys is the simplified rule system.
Yeah. Okay, so Ariadna, you're currently sitting at the back with Kesley. With in front of you is everyone else at the moment. Mark is in front of that, but being shot down because he got in front of everyone else. And in front of Mark are the two Gamorreans just powering on ahead.
And
Equivalent of a bull in a china shop.
I did accelerate from last time. You said that?
You're at speed 1 at the moment, so you can go to speed 2 if you want to.
Okay, so I couldn't have accelerated last time because I shot?
No, you did. You
Oh.
accelerated from 0 to 1.
Oh, I see. Yes. No,
You waited
that
for
makes
people
sense.
to take off in front of
That's
you
right.
so you could then go behind them and
Yeah,
shoot them
to
down.
see whether I can shoot some people down. Am I too far away from people to shoot, just out of curiosity?
You can go to speed 2 and shoot people as well.
Okay.
Keep shooting the Athena who you've been shooting at.
Yeah, I will do that. I'm guessing she's the closest person for me to shoot.
She is one of the closest people to shoot.
Yep.
Okay. So that's everyone chosen of what they're doing. So I'll do the people in front. So Gog is gets himself out to marker 14, as does Mugi. The two Gamorreans are keeping neck and neck. They're going to have to start slowing down soon if they're going to make the turn. Then coming up next is we see Mario making a perfect landing. Doesn't seem to even scratch it on the water.
Well,
And it's basically just sitting, floating on the water.
it's better than the alternative.
And
Can I do something over comms or something like that? Is it possible?
you can, yes.
Get that damn Gungan. Not our Gungan, the other Gungan.
Ah,
Okay, then Baba Yaga goes flying past out to marker 10, taking 4 strain, putting it up to 5 strain, and then gets to make a mechanics roll. What is your character's mechanics?
Mechanics, I have 2, and then
1 in intellect.
uh,
two.
3 in intellect,
It's your intellect.
and
If you were to reduce system strain, you reduce it by 1 extra because of your talent.
Yep.
Okay, so. So, with the triumph in your check, I'm going to say you clear your system strain.
Oh, there you go. Back up to 8.
And you're not currently having any problems with that.
Cool.
So, you're just that awesome.
You're all awesome.
I mean, you are supposedly the fastest fighter on the planet. So.
You are maintaining your rep.
Okay, so then that brings us to the Gungan Bigger. He's now gone out to marker 8 right behind Baba Yaga and also doing damage control. He may stuff this one up because that was... Okay, he recovers 1 whole strain from his thing. He may have to do that every round. Then
I was going to say you got all 10 pilots there.
Georgie is barreling along to
yes.
marker 5. Closest thing he has in front of him is Bigger, so he shoots at Bigger.
I know it's not possible, but God, it'd be funny if Mark pulled out his big gun from where he's sitting in the sea and just started shooting
How
up.
funny would that be?
Okay, so that ends up being...
That'd be in a Mandalorian
6,
show.
so 3 gets through onto Bigger.
Absolute.
Now that's where you'd spend a fate die.
And Gog takes system strain for doing so. So his ship didn't like the shooting. Oh, sorry, it wasn't Gog who did that one. It was Georgie doing that. So Georgie takes 2 strain for doing so. Next up is Athena, also doing 2. Keeping up with Georgie, shooting out at Bigger, because Bigger's in front. Gonna suck to be some of these guys soon.
Uh-oh. Is that good or bad?
So Athena takes some strain. And then that brings us to Pepper, who's also shooting at the same person. Basically, this is what happens when someone gets in front of a whole lot of people who want to shoot. Ow. So that's going to be... looks like Bigger's going down.
You hear a chip from
It's not a
Mario's ship.
There's a green one underneath that bit of paper as well.
Okay, 45.
Yeah, but you remember that it's the twins that actually took you out.
That's true.
Was it twin? Who shot first? It was the young gun.
Beware of twins.
Yeah, that's because he flew in my gun sight. I did state I was going to shoot whoever came in my gun sight.
Still, take the first one out. Then I'll throw a grenade at the other 2. It's all good.
Okay. So that brings us to Racer X.
So,
Gee, you'd have to be a good
Bigger's
throw.
gone
Bigger's going down.
going down.
Going down, so the
So
next action we'll see
that
what
one.
happens.
There's no way for Bigger to actually stop and not crash. Because it's going too fast.
Yep.
So, you hit mile marker 3 in front of you. Athena is easily in your sights.
Yep. So yeah,
He's
so
a safe.
just be the
I think
3.
Ross was saying something, but I don't remember what. I didn't hear what Ross was saying.
And you also forgot to roll these 2.
I think it was like, Nisa go bye-bye.
So Athena takes an extra strain.
Okay.
So
Well, it looks like my hit was good, pretty good.
that is quite a big hit on your side. So it does 5 damage to Athena, taking it down, giving her only 3 points left on her ship. And then Kai comes up beside you, also shooting at Athena.
Yep.
Do it. Do
Yep.
it.
We've got to at least take one down.
That's what your dice pool is.
Yep.
And Athena's ship explodes.
Nice. We took one down.
It's not going. It's boom, gone.
Oh wow.
Nothing left.
I'm not
You
too
hit-
worried about that as
You
long
hit
as,
it on the fuel.
as long as we've got one less one to fight.
Mm.
Although I suspect that might mean that Pepper's gonna gun for me.
Peppa Pig.
Pepper Twi'lek, yes. Not quite the same ring as Peppa Pig has to it, but
Mm.
yeah.
Condiment.
Okay, just making sure I can now
They should be
track what
called salt
everyone's.
and pepper then?
Well, if you take
trying to
out
think
all
of
the
something more
opposition,
pithy,
then you
but
can fly
I couldn't come up
casually
with
and complete the course.
Mm.
Yeah. That was kind of my plan.
Sorry, what was your plan?
Just shoot all of the other people and then
Just complete the course as
just
normal?
win after that.
Yeah.
The goal wasn't to fly fast. He just says survive. I'm like,
Yeah.
alright.
That's pretty much it. You've just got to get around that course without crashing.
Okay, so you've got the 2 Gamorreans out in front.
But I think there's still 3.5 up in the air,
Correct.
and there's
Okay. So we're up to Baba Yaga. You're at speed 7 at the moment.
only 3 of us.
So that means you're going to hit mile marker 17 out of 22.
Can I will slow.
You can actually choose to hit the brakes and drop by 5.
So that you
That
don't
doesn't that cause?
go
It's called
past it.
strain, but you've got no strain at the moment.
I will slow down to 3.
If you throw, you're gonna slow down to 3.
Does that mean he's going to miss the marker?
No, he's not gonna. He's not even gonna reach the marker this round.
Ah, okay.
Because he's currently going at 7,
Right.
and he's got to get to mile marker 22. So he's only distance 10. He's not even halfway there yet.
Oh, okay. Well, in that case, I might just stay at.
Stay at maintain.
Yep, stay at 5. I think I'm at.
You're at 7 at the moment.
So-
speed 7. So by the next round, you're.
So
at
you
mile
can
marker
you can
10,
accelerate or
hit
decelerate by
10.
5, if you're punching it.
Yeah.
Okay.
The system is.
I don't
Hard to
understand.
Yeah,
It's difficult to understand.
If he's going 7
Yes.
and he's got to reach 22
Yes.
and he's currently where?
He's 10.
10. So he's got 12 to go.
12 to go. Yes.
And you seem to be advocating that he might want to decelerate a bit. Why?
Because he's got to get to 0 to go around the marker.
Okay, so he's got to go from 7 down to 0 in 12 Ks.
Okay. Well,
Right.
I might. If I'm at 7, then I might slow down to.
Slow down by 1. Takes
Uh,
no strain that way.
Sure. Slow down by 1.
Yeah.
And you want to shoot at someone in front of you.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
It's just he repeated himself 3 times about, are you sure you don't want to slow down? I'm like, if he's repeating himself about slowing down, I think he's telling you that you need to slow down.
Okay.
But I don't understand why.
Okay, so that brings us
So
to
that's a gunnery plus intellect or gunnery plus agility.
that would be gunnery plus agility.
So 1 plus 3.
Okay, Georgie.
I think if I was going to give a helpful tips video, it would be if the GM starts repeating himself to you and he starts with, are you sure? You should be definitely considering what he's saying because he's giving you a warning without giving you a warning. Are you sure you walk by that NPC? Actually, I might actually stop and talk to the NPC.
Or just don't fly in front of Ross's character. That makes it easy too.
Technically, Ross wasn't playing himself.
I know, still.
It was the spirit. He was playing to the spirit of his character.
That's understandable now. It's all good.
Okay.
Well, you got shot by 3 NPCs.
So what is Racer X doing? You're at speed 2 at the moment. You're at mile marker 3.
So do I roll for the?
Not until
Not yet.
we get.
Oh,
to-
okay.
I'm getting everyone to declare what they're
Oh,
doing.
right. Okay.
Yeah, everyone tells what they're doing,
Cool.
and then he works
Alright,
his
I
way
can
through
go peek
what
while-
happens.
All good.
Speed
Yep.
2, mile marker 3. I will accelerate by 1
Mhm.
and shoot at Peppa.
Okay.
So she
Kai.
won't have to mourn for long.
Kai's going to do the same thing.
Is she the closest, Pepper?
She is the next closest. Yes.
Yep. Okay.
Okay, so the ones out in front, the 2 Gamorreans are starting to slow down. So they both hit mile marker 18. Basically, if they do it right, they won't have to take too much strain to go around the corner. Which, for what they're doing, is actually not too bad. Next one up after that is Baba Yaga, who reaches mile marker 16 right behind the Gamorreans. I'll get him to shoot in a moment.
He shoots. He scores.
Next up is making sure our list 2's been shot down, so I stopped trying to use them. Okay,
I was gonna say, so far, it's just 2 people who have been shot down?
2 people have been shot down.
Okay.
Georgie makes it to 8, and the person in front of him is almost too far to. Is out of range.
Okay.
Okay, so Baba Yaga gets to make a gunnery check, which I believe
Was
is.
1 plus 3.
You're right behind the Gamorreans, so for them it's not much of a bonus on their side. Okay, so that means you do you hit with one of the stars. So one of these represents a hit.
Nice.
One of the
Try.
so those two cancel themselves out. So that symbol and that symbol cancel out. That symbol and that symbol cancel out. So you ended up with 3 successes, and of those 3 successes, 2 add to the damage.
Right.
One counts as a hit. Any on top of that counts as excess damage. So your ship does 5 damage, so that makes it 7 damage. They soak 3 of it, so that means 4 damage gets through onto the Gamorrean ship.
Right.
They do mean something.
Mm.
I always think he makes it up. No, I'm kidding.
Pretty sure he just makes it up.
I'm
That's
very
just how
good at
this
making
game
things
goes.
up.
No, unfortunately, there will be too many other GMs who will spot it if he starts making it up, and then
Yep.
Okay.
they'll get very critical.
So next one up is Pepper. She shoots at...
And doesn't score.
They're just trying to see who she can actually shoot at.
So yeah, I don't.
She shoots at George.
Ooh.
Well, George is the only one in front of her at this stage.
Yep.
Basically, if they're in front, they generally don't shoot at someone flying past them unless they specify that.
Yep.
Okay. She obviously didn't like George, so George takes 6, so he takes 3 damage onto George's ship.
Pew, pew, pew.
And then it becomes Racer X. You come up beside Pepper
Okay.
and are unable to shoot at Pepper.
Alright.
She managed to she decelerated just enough that you couldn't shoot her.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. That's fine. Okay, I'll ask next round.
And then Kai does the same thing, comes up beside.
So we're equal.
So you're equal, but you're going faster than she is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So am I about to shoot?
No, she.
Not yet.
But your target basically managed to slow down enough that you overshot.
Oh, okay. So we're in front of Pepper now.
You're next to Pepper.
Oh, okay.
You can only shoot forward.
Well, that kind of sucks.
She did put the brakes on.
Not a lot I can do about that.
Okay,
Not until next round, I'm guessing.
that is correct. Okay, so doing the people out in front.
Good question.
Yes.
Are you hungry? Do you want something to eat?
No.
Oh.
Okay, so Baba Yaga is currently at speed 6. You have 6 units till you actually reach your.
That you're Baba Yaga.
You have 6 units until you actually reach your turn.
So does that mean
If you don't change your speed, you overshoot it.
right? So if I slow to 0, does that mean
You won't actually reach it.
okay? So if I slow to, I've got 6 spaces. So if I slowed with
If you slow to
40.
say 5, and then that mean next one you slow down to 1, then you can actually stop on it.
okay, so yes, slow to 5.
Well, slow to 5 at this point, and you want to shoot at something?
Sure.
Okay, we'll see if you can actually shoot someone. Next one up is Georgie. What is Georgie doing? And then
Going good?
Yeah, I missed all those ones, so I don't.
what is Racer X doing?
I will.
So you're coming equal last at the moment with Kai and
Yeah.
Pepper.
And so
Second last because one's
I'm at
dead
speed.
and-
No, these are the ones who are still flying.
Ah, okay.
I'm at speed 3, mile marker
You're-
5.
You're at speed 3 at mile marker 6.
Mile marker 6. Okay. So speed 3, mile marker 6.
She slowed down. Can I decelerate to speed 2?
You can. And then shoot at...
And then if I'm able to shoot at... she'll still be behind.
You can choose to shoot at whoever's in front of you who's not a Mandalorian.
Yes, I would choose to shoot at somebody in front of me who is not on my team.
Okay, so Ariadna, you're at speed 3 at mile marker 6. At the moment, Georgie's at mile marker 8. Baba Yaga's at mile marker 16. The 2 Gamorreans at mile marker 18.
Georgie's at 8, did you say?
Yeah.
Georgie's at 8, yes.
And at my current speed, am I going to remain pretty much last?
You don't know. Pepper actually hit the brakes, so
Yeah.
you still may overshoot Pepper. She may be doing exactly the same thing you wanted to do. You can be behind people.
Do I know at this stage that she's decelerated?
She decelerated last round.
You could potentially take out George from...
Yeah, I think I'm just trying to decide if I accelerate. And if I accelerate, how much by? I'm at mile marker 3 of 22, is that right?
You're at mile marker 6 of 22.
Oh, sorry, 6 of 22. And if I accelerate by 1 more,
Means you'll reach mile marker 10.
right, I'll accelerate by 1 and then shoot for a non-Mandalorian.
Okay, so that's everyone picked, so I'll go by who's up front. At the front we have Gog and Moogie, who reach mile marker 21 and look like they may actually overshoot if they're not careful.
Ooh.
Then coming up behind them, Baba Yaga reaches mile marker 21 and comes up alongside the 2 Gamorreans.
Okay.
Which you're not going, like, you're at the speed where you can possibly see.
Right.
So you're...
So is it my go?
No,
Oh.
we're doing actions.
Oh, right, okay, sorry.
Okay, so that brings us to the next person in front. Hits mile marker 12.
I'm
And
trying.
everyone's in front is too far ahead. Then coming up behind that one is Racer X, who reaches mile marker 8. And in front of you, you can hit Georgie, but it's going to be a bit harder.
I'll go for it.
Okay, so what's your gunnery again?
It's I have no skill, so it'll be 3 green.
3 green and 2 blue. Okay, so you miss, but
You feel good about it.
I will say that if you had any strain on your ship, that'd go away. But I was going to say you make it harder for him and give him 2 black dice.
Okay. We'll go with that.
I'm guessing you got triumphs but not successes.
I got advantages, but not successes. I have 1 failure.
That sounds about right.
Yeah.
Okay. Then next one up is Kai, who...
The way I remember it is the Yui one goes with the circle one, and then the pointy one that looks like an explosion goes with the triangle. So pointy with pointy, circular.
So Kai is right behind Georgie, so you have your 1 yellow, 1 green, and 1 purple because you're closer in range. Okay,
I
so
see a blank one and that's never good.
You got 2 blank ones.
Ah, well there you go.
I'm happy to say you add another setback to him, making his life harder.
His life is gonna be real hard coming up.
Okay.
I can empathise with that.
Then that brings us to Pepper, who's now at mile marker 7, bringing up the rear, is now shooting at
Yep. Be us. because we shot down Athena.
Quite rude.
But apparently the dice like it, so your ship takes 3 damage.
Which that sucks.
Who's
That is Racer X.
Yeah, me. So that's the damage that gets through, correct?
That's the damage that gets through. Okay. So, with Baba Yaga at front, this is where you can reduce your speed by 4 to exactly hit the marker.
Sure, let's do that. Probably.
Sounds like a good plan.
Mm.
I'm hoping you win.
And if you wish, you could also do a fly then to turn around the marker and head off to the next one.
Yes.
This sounds like the plan.
Yes.
Okay.
That's like
I think this is a good way to go.
So they are going to have to...
It's hard because I have a visual mind and trying to picture this with words. I can't draw the picture.
I think it's because, like, since they chose not to put, like, actually defined units, it's really hard to put together.
Well, normally it's like they're at this range band, you do these actions to
Yeah.
get to this range band, but it doesn't make any sense the moment you put more than 2 ships onto the playing field.
Yeah, yeah.
So you're at this range band to that person, this range band to that person, and it just gets confusing very quickly.
Very
We
quickly,
tried to do
yeah.
it by the rules, and it was impossible to do more than 2 ships at once.
I was gonna say, like, because this is you fixing that.
Yeah.
Which, like, I'm getting it, but it's definitely hard to put together.
Yeah.
Well, I have it all in my head, which helps, but it's not the not the best way to do it.
Yeah.
Only way to make it really usable would be to put a map down with ships, but that's not necessarily possible when you're running a race
Mm-hmm.
and you've got 10 miniatures that you've got to run on a table.
It's hard,
and so on.
yeah.
And you'd have to have
I
the
can,
right kind
I
of
can
map.
almost see cinematically, like, what's happening. I'm just like, yeah, you have these ships, and then, like, this one goes, and then, like, oh, that one's there, and then...
So, what does Kai wish to do? You're at speed 4 at mile marker 10. In front of you is Georgie at 12. Then both Mugi, Georgie, and Baba Yaga are almost at the mile marker at 21.
And at this stage, Pepper's shot at Racer X.
Yep.
How far in front of her am I?
You are 3 miles ahead, roughly.
Okay. And decelerating, does that cost?
Decelerating, you can decelerate to 3 with little cost, but if you turn around and go the other way, then you're most likely to get disqualified.
No, I don't want to turn around and go the other way.
He seems to be bringing up the rear, shooting people down.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm worried about, though.
Whereas if you accelerate out to 6 units ahead of them, they can't hit you.
Okay.
The weapon's maximum range is 6.
Right, okay.
And how
Which is
far
why
ahead
people
of them
go ahead.
am I right now?
You are 3 ahead of her at the moment.
And I'm doing a speed of 4,
Yep.
and I'm at my mark of 10.
And she was going speed 1 last round, so
And if I
that
go-
means if you go at the same speed, you actually exceed her range.
Will I maintain distance with Georgie? That is not to know. But I don't want to accelerate too much because then I'll have to decelerate for the turning, won't I?
You will, yes.
And accelerating at this point is probably a bit late.
Yes and no, as long as you can recover the strain on your ship with a mechanics check, you can do lots of it. That you've only got 2 dice in it, 2 green.
Yeah, no, I don't have anything mechanics, so I might maintain speed and shoot at something.
Yep. Okay, so Kesley,
Yes.
you're at range 8.
Range 8,
At speed 2.
And Pepper was at speed 1 last
At range 7, yes. So you're ahead of her. If you were to punch it, there's a good chance she might not catch you.
I think she's considering decelerating behind and shooting.
If I do...
I think that's what
I'm at 8 pointed 10.
If the other person doesn't actually...
I was gonna say the only way I could do that is if I like stop.
Dead stop, yeah.
Yeah, so that I don't necessarily want to
Punch it.
do that. So and then if I punch it, that's going up by 4.
By 4, yes.
Okay, and that would put me at speed 6, but taking 3 strain.
Mm-hmm.
I'll punch it.
But then we can shut down George, Moogie, and Gog, and
Okay, so speed 6 would put me at 14. George was moving at.
And you can... I wouldn't recommend doing an extra fly for extra speed. Because a fly can give you another burst at the same speed you're going.
No.
But you take 2 strain for
but
doing
you're
it.
not Baba Yaga.
Oh, wait, hold on. If I'm at speed 6, that puts me at 14.
Does put you at 14.
14. I'm trying to think of my strain.
That's,
Yeah, so 14, reduce 19, reduce to, and it's 22, 22 is full.
So say,
I would have to dead, you have to stop at 0.
you
on
have to
22.
hit the mile marker directly.
Hit it directly.
if
Oh, so
you
you just have to land on
Just-
22.
You have to make sure you hit 22.
Oh, okay, never mind. That's
just
easy then.
quickly.
Okay.
I'm presuming you've done the math already for her. Would she make it at the current thing?
There's a good chance
No.
she has to make it. If you're going more than speed 1 when you hit the marker, there will be a check.
Yes.
So going down to 0 means you've made it easy to turn. You've done
That's
the turn
it.
perfectly.
Okay, so get to be at 1 by 22.
Mhm.
Got you. Okay, that's my goal. Okay, so
Okay.
we got punch it to 6. I'm gonna go ahead and do that, and I'm gonna figure out the math while you do everybody else.
Okay. So, after
Or
you...
give yourself an easier time, smile at the GM very nicely, and he'll do the math for you. Because he
I-
does it all the time.
I like math.
Oh, that's okay. If you like math, that's okay.
I say I hate math. I actually like math. I was good at math.
Okay,
but
so
then
I
stopped
believe
doing
that-
it.
I'm crap at math, which
That's
is why
everyone
I'm making
doing
the suggestion.
everything. So, I'm going to have Baba Yaga do his thing. He brings it down by 4, giving him system strain of 3, and then another 2 as he flies around the marker.
I was that student with all A's in every single class
So,
except math.
I've taken 3 strain.
So 5 strain in total.
So 3 to slow down, and 2 to do
So
to pull
I'm
the
down to
turn.
3. Okay.
And it will be a piloting check for you to go around.
Yes, I have piloting.
What's your
I've got 1 in piloting plus. Is this the full throttle hard piloting check?
just your piloting space.
Piloting space is 1.
1, and your agility is
3.
3.
Yeah.
So that would be the
You're
check.
more agile than most.
Okay, you make it around the corner with no problems, recovering 1 strain from your vehicle as you do so.
So that's up to a 4.
And you shoot out 1 into the next leg. Okay. Then the 2 Gamorreans hit the marker, but don't turn. Both taking 2 strain to do so. Then next one up is Georgie, who hits marker 17. He is within range of hitting Gog and Moogie and shoots at Moogie. Oh, Gog actually, the one who got hit before. Apparently he's accurate. So he does damage to Gog, so Gog takes 4 damage, and he puts a setback dice on Gog for his turn. Not what you really want to have on a turn. Okay, after that we have...
As I say, in the meantime, is Ash being picked up by the recovery crew?
Not yet. Well, basically, in the middle of a race, very hard to get there that quickly. So, Kai hits mile marker 14, and is a clear shot of Georgie. And I'm assuming you take it.
Yeah.
Okay, you hit, taking 1 strain on your vehicle. And looks like Georgie's going to crash out.
Is Biggie still in it?
No, he got
crashed.
He got shot. He was the
Crashing.
2 down really fast.
Oh, so alright,
Yeah,
so
it
he's
was-
gone.
Ash,
So-
then they got, and then George just got shot.
So Kai just shot George down, and that brings us to Racer X, hitting mile marker 14 right next to Kai.
There you go.
Perfect.
And Pepper hits mile marker 8, and while she was trying to shoot, there's no one within range.
Yep.
As you're both just gone outside her range
Yeah.
bracket.
Sped up instead of slowed down.
Because she was basically doing the pew 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 pew. Keeping just enough speed to keep going. Okay. So Baba Yaga, you're way out in front on
You are
speed
going to
1.
win this scene. Who is surprised? Nobody.
I was gonna say at this point, who else do we have piloting? You just have the Gamorreans, and you have
Well, the Gamorreans have missed the turn.
So they're just about to do the turn with a skill check.
yeah.
But they've been going slowly.
Yeah, so they've missed the turn. There's me, you, Copper, Kai, and the 2 Gamorreans, if I'm correct. Is that right?
I thought Biggie.
So Pepper
Oh,
Pepper is there, the 2 Gamorreans are there, and then you've got Kai, Racer X, and Baba Yaga.
Yeah, because Copper was playing Biggie because he got himself.
6.
Yeah.
So is that
Unconscious.
7 people still in it?
7, yes, I think.
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4,
Yes.
6.
6.
Yeah, Georgie's on his way out. So.
Right.
Yeah, Georgie's got shot down by Kai.
Okay.
Realistically, you can just maintain.
See
Enough
how
speed
badly
to
you
hit.
shot Georgie down. Well, that was almost massive. It was just a minor shot.
Oh, okay.
If it had been 0-0, then it probably would have been another explosion.
Oh, okay.
I was gonna say at this point you could probably just maintain regular speed to make sure that you hit all checkpoints.
Yeah, but it's the 2 Gamorreans that are behind.
Yeah, but we're also behind
Oh,
those
yes.
Gamorreans.
But you guys are also a fair way. Oh, except for
And-
you. You're.
No, we're both catching up.
Oh, okay, okay.
They both punched it.
Right, okay.
I know you're having trouble visualizing.
Yeah,
I'm
I
saying
can't picture it.
I'm
I
just
need
taking.
to. I need the
You've
little map.
gone round A. You're heading towards B. You're one
Yep.
bit towards B. Everyone else is just past the halfway mark. And
Except for
Gamorreans
these two
are
Muppets.
they're right at the turn.
Yeah.
They haven't done the turn yet,
Okay.
so they have to do a skill check to make the turn
Right.
because they
You're
didn't
gonna
slow
draw
to 0.
pictures for him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, was it? Is it mine?
You get to choose what you're doing first
Oh,
because
okay.
you're in front.
So I slowed to 1.
Yeah, you're at
last
1.
time.
You can punch it again and then use your skill check to reduce the strain.
Yeah, why not? So, is that going to 5 or am I-
Going to 5
Going
because
to
you're
5.
not doing the other increase because you only can do that for 3 rounds in an encounter.
Okay, go to 5.
Okay, so that brings us to the next one is they're going to do a fly. They're not actually going to accelerate or decelerate. Which allows them to just not take strain as they go around the corner because they don't have enough strain to make it if they do too much more. They've only got 3 points left on their ship.
So that's Gog and
Yeah,
That's,
Gog and Moogie.
yeah.
Moogie.
those-
And Moogie's ship's almost gone down. And
might
that
last. You see, you don't have to worry about
that brings us to Racer X and Kai. What would you guys like to do?
I guess.
You worked out your math.
I will reduce to speed 4, taking the 1 strain.
Yep.
And what was the maneuver?
That will put you to 18, and you can actually do the a fly to get you to 22. That would make your turn.
That'd be harder.
Would be 4 purple based on the speed you're doing.
I want to do that. No. I figured out how to get to 22. But what was the
I'm looking at the
action?
picture because I don't.
The damage control?
control.
You can do it. You can do a damage control as well.
Yes.
Okay, so Ariadne, you're at speed 4. That means you will hit 18 this round.
Yep. And
Not
how
a-
much do I have to decelerate to stop on 22 without too much?
Well, you
Well-
could drop to 3, which would
Maybe-
get you to 7. I'd stay at 4 at this stage.
Okay.
Yeah, I was
Next
gonna
round,
say-
I would drop 1 or
Yeah.
2 to slow
Yeah.
you down enough to make it.
Yep. I'll do that. And I'm gathering there's no one to shoot at right now.
Not really, because the Gamorreans will be making the turn in front of you.
Yeah.
They're done.
I
now.
recommend in terms of movement, just stay with me. I got you.
Yeah. Oh, I unfortunately I can't
Okay.
visualize ever. So
So we out in front. We have Baba Yaga, who accelerates out to speed 5, taking 4 strain,
I'm past B.
3 strain, putting me in on 7 strain.
So I've gone from.
No, we just flew to A.
Distance.
Oh, we flew
You're
to
turning
A.
around A.
Distance 6, and he gets to do his damage control, which is you've got 1 in mechanics or 2.
I've got 2 in mechanics, and was it agility?
And
Yes.
intellect.
Intellect 3.
Oh.
So that's a dice pool because you haven't got full strain. Okay, so you did not succeed in reducing your strain.
that doesn't sound
Just
good.
one failure.
But you can give yourself a blue dice on your next check. Would you like to have a boost on your next
Always
check?
take the blue dice on the next
Yes,
check.
okay, sure.
The answer is always yes.
So, let's see.
Okay, so you have shot ahead greatly. The people behind you, the 2 Gamorreans, making their turn roll. They are at speed 1. They slowed themselves right down.
So did I move another 5?
You are at distance 6 in the second leg.
So between A and
Oh.
B. So like there was 22 here, and now there's like 17 or something.
32
Not
on
sure.
this one.
32. there it is.
Okay,
And
Gog
you're at
just makes it
6.
round the corner. He almost didn't make it.
So it'll be, yeah. This is the start. So 22, 32.
And his brother just makes it round the corner.
Oh, they're brothers. Oh, that's sad. I'm gonna die.
They're both gonna die.
Fucking gonna die.
Let's just put it this way. We have our way around it. They'll all die.
Okay, so coming up behind that, I do Racer X coming next, hitting mile marker 18. Doing a damage control. So what is your mechanics?
You don't have any mechanics.
No, I don't have any.
But the would be intellect.
Intellect.
2.
2 versus 1 dice because of less than half your strain.
Yeah.
Okay, so you recover that strain, but you take 1 strain yourself.
Yeah.
Don't really want to pass out while you're flying.
That's fine.
And then we have Kai. It makes it out to mile marker 18, no problems. Then behind them, Pepper makes it out to mile marker 18, having accelerated and spent an action to really push it. So she has 5 strain, almost taking her ship out in one thing.
Not expecting you to, be so slow. So she's basically caught right up to you, but she's going faster than you are, so she may overshoot the turn.
Okay. Out in front we have Baba Yaga. What does Baba Yaga want to do?
Fly true.
I'm next going to ask Ross and Mark what they want to do for Pepper and the 2 Gamorreans.
So the two
Maroons.
them. So they've made it round the turn. Did they come?
They came one.
Oh, one.
Round, just
Okay,
one.
so they're
So they're Visser was saying that's actually 0. That's where
Oh,
we took
okay.
off from. So that's the 22 one.
Yep.
And so they've just made it around the turn there, whereas you're like about there.
I'm at 6.
And this one's the 32
6,
one.
And if it's a gap of 6, then they can't shoot me. And I'm currently speed
You're currently at speed 5.
5.
So you're going to shoot way ahead of them.
Yeah, I'll just maintain.
You can bump it up by 1 just to get the distance, because there is a big amount of distance.
Yeah, you
to
got
go.
to get 32.
Oh,
this time.
32. Okay, yes. Yeah, I'll go to speed 6.
And what I would do is another damage control.
Sure.
To reduce the strain.
Yep.
Because you get a blue dice on the check.
Yes.
Okay, so what does Mark and Ross think that Gog and Mugi should do? Should have been asking earlier, but they're both on mute.
That's okay. Oh, wait.
Uh,
Never mind.
So he's out of firing range, is he?
Well, there's a good chance he will be out of firing range because they're slow. They could gun it, but risk blowing themselves up.
I was gonna say, what strain would their ships be at?
One's at 4, one's at 5. So if the one at 5 guns it, he just takes his ship out from underneath him.
Could move it.
What does Ross recommend?
Let's see. If he's out of range, we need to catch him. And these.
So Gog is going to gun it.
Yeah,
And shoot.
And try to repair whatever damage.
Oh, okay, so try to repair, not shoot. Okay, is a Mark there? What does he think Mugi should do?
Mark, I think you're on mute.
He is.
No, I may not be there.
He may have fallen asleep.
True.
Okay, going back to Ross. What do you think Mugi should do?
Okay, he's not as cautious as his brother, so he's going to gun it and shoot.
Okay. Okay, he guns it and shoots. Then I'm going to say, what does Pepper do? Pepper's currently at speed 5 with a distance of 4 to reach the marker. Is Pepper going to reduce by 1 and then try to make the turn at speed?
Yes.
Which will be quite funny. Okay, so next I'll ask Ariadna. You're basically going to hit the marker directly at this time, so you can reduce it by 1 to give you another round to hit the marker.
I just want to make it around the marker. So whatever's required to make it around the marker.
Well, if you reduce it by 2, taking 1 strain, and then do a fly, you'll hit the marker at the end of the round.
Right.
And be able to turn with a difficulty of 2 instead of a difficulty of 4.
Those odds sound good, but
So 2 purple dice or 4 purple dice?
2.
Okay. Okay. So, same thing to Racer X. You're at speed 4 with 4 getting there. Are you the Blaze of Glory person flyer who's going to hit it at 4 difficulty?
No, I'm gonna reduce by 1 to go to speed 3.
Yep. And you've got no strain at the moment, so no point trying to do a damage control. So you're just gonna leave it at that?
I have no strain on the ship?
No.
Oh, okay. Cool, yeah, and then we will save that for next time, I guess.
Okay, that is the group. Out in front, Baba Yaga with your speed 6 goes out to distance 12. Behind you, Gog, who's not thinking straight, goes out to distance 6, unable to hit you, but takes 3 strain to do so. Tries to do damage control. Gog not that great with damage control.
Might end up taking themselves out and we'll just all win by default.
Gog terrible at damage control, but feels very good about it.
He's pressed some buttons.
And then you basically see Gog's brother Moogie, engines cut out. Ship completely dead in space as it's flying, barreling past at speed 5. You basically see the weapons sort of look like they're about to fire, and then everything just cuts out. Overused the power.
Yeah, I have a feeling that they'll take themselves out in the next couple of rounds, and then we'll just finish with no pens.
You've only
We
got
could do it
There's
if we make them
There's
straight.
Pepper and Gog's looking iffy, Moogie.
So Racer X makes it to marker 21.
Yep.
And Kai makes it to marker 22 to the turn. Pepper hits marker 22 and tries to fly around it at difficulty 4.
Yes.
My plan was to get behind Pepper.
She might crash.
Okay.
Actually,
So grabbing that cancel
I
out.
was going to say, the round circly ones aren't bad, are they?
So she succeeds going around the
Oh,
corner.
there you go.
But engine short out because her system shuts down and she basically spirals out of control.
Well, there you go.
She does have the capability to bring it down to a shutdown if she's good enough on her turn, but because the systems are shut, it's basically no power, no control. Better to have the hull start falling apart than running out of system strength.
Yeah.
So right now it's only got the last of you left, and so we've got one Gog. We've got Gog left.
Yep.
which
Who pretty much has almost completely done his vehicle. He's only got 2 strain left and 2 hull left.
push it, making sure you see.
Yeah, I've got 4 strain left.
You're sitting on 7 strain at the moment, which means you've got 1 left.
Yeah, you don't want to push it.
You need to do a damage control.
Yeah, I'll do a damage control.
You want to maintain speed and damage control?
You may want to.
Yes.
Oh no, he's got 32 to get through, so yeah. Deceleration, not so much.
Okay. So Ross, what does Gog do if he's at speed 5? He's got 2 strain left up his sleeve, and his ship's almost blown out of the sky.
Okay. How far away from the finish is he?
Ages.
He hasn't even. He's only completed mile marker turn 1 out of 5 turns.
Yep.
It's a long race.
It is. It's a lot longer than I thought it would be.
Yes.
But it has tactics.
Okay. So let's see. So am I going to still take strain if I just accelerate, or?
Well, you can fly twice, going out, moving speed 10, but then your ship would short out.
Okay. What about if he just keeps on current and just tries to see if he can repair, do some more damage control?
He can do that. Then Ariadna, you are going to do the fly around the corner.
Yeah.
Fly and at speed 2 is not a bad thing to do it at. Though technically you can reduce your speed by 1 and then do the fly. Oh, actually you're at the corner. You
I'm at the
can't,
corner.
yeah.
I was going to say, yeah, as far as I know,
You're flying around the corner.
I need to go around the corner and then I can accelerate, hopefully. And if Gog hasn't taken himself out, then I'll try and take out Gog.
So you can fly around the corner and accelerate.
Yeah. Once I'm
Okay.
around the corner, I'll accelerate.
Okay, then Racer X. You're going at speed 3 with you're going to have to drop down to speed 1 to make the turn.
Yes.
And then you want to do bank the turn roll?
Yeah. So I'll reduce to speed 1, taking the 1 strain and.
Okay.
It's very different from the combat tactics, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
Okay, so we have Baba Yaga racing out ahead, getting to marker 18, and then make sure we do your
So you're more than
mechanics, which is
Question.
yep.
Can I use grit to add 1 strain?
No, grit is added to your stream.
Oh, okay. Right, cool. Never mind.
That's a
Okay,
good
so
question.
cancel. You got a result of no result on your repairing.
Woo.
But you recover 1 because I forgot to do that last time. So I'm going to say you've recovered 2 from the one you did previously. So every time you try to recover, you recover
So
1.
does that put him at 6?
Five.
Or
Because
5?
that's his talent.
Because he's got the speciality. Every time he tries to recover strength, he recovers 1 additional
One and,
strength.
yeah.
And I don't want to penalise him for something I forgot. Yeah. Okay.
And we're up to go.
We're up to Gog, who makes it out to 11.
Sorry, and I'm now at what?
18.
18. Okay.
Gog makes it
18
out to
32.
11. Gog makes
So you're
his
halfway.
check. Gog does not succeed, but Gog feels good about it.
He's really good at pressing
Actually, he
buttons.
should have gotten the blue dice and not that one. Nope, still no success. Okay, Gog's making himself feel better with all these checking.
The more
Okay.
buttons you press, the better you feel about the world. Hey Google, stop listening.
Apparently, he thinks it's Gog. Okay, Ariadna does the fly around. What is your piloting?
I've got 1 in each.
Okay.
Rank plus
So that's the check.
2 agility.
Okay, you don't make it round the bend,
Oh, what does that mean?
taking 1 strain yourself if you have overshot the turn.
Oh, okay. There's no way I can. I can save myself. I'm guessing not.
Well, basically, you'll just add to the distance you have to do for the next bit.
Oh, okay.
So you overshoot.
So I'm not out of the race.
You're not out the race.
Okay.
So instead of doing 32, you've got to do
30. Yeah.
33
Or I don't remember what speed
whatever
you're
it
at.
was.
As long as I'm not out of the race, I don't mind so much. I might end up behind Pepper and just shoot her.
But you also accelerated as well after trying to make the turn. So that puts you at 26 out of 22. Okay, so that brings us to Racer X.
Yeah.
You hit the corner. What's your piloting?
Here I was going so well.
0 plus 3.
1. No, I have 1 skill, 3 agility.
You succeed admirably. I'm happy to say you might be able to, if you had you can give Ariadna a blue roll on her turn next to help her do her turn.
I will do that.
Sounds like I need it.
But you make the turn and you start shooting off down the 2nd straight.
Yeah.
Real life reflects game life.
Accelerate too hard and you go around the corner. Okay, so that puts us on the next stretch, which we have Baba Yaga out in front by a fair margin. Does Baba Yaga maintain speed and try to do another
Sure.
string?
So that takes me down to 4 anyhow.
Oh, actually, yeah, they'll make it 22. So yes, it'll give you a lot to do stuff. Then we have behind that. So Ross, what does Gog do?
You'll still maintain speed and still do some damage control.
Okay. Behind Gog, that brings us to Racer X. You're at speed 1.
I'm at speed 1 and Pepper pulled ahead of me.
Pepper
Oh wait,
crashed
no,
out.
she failed. She crashed.
She basically did the I gunned it around the corner without realizing and
Yeah.
did my vehicle.
Just go go.
Oh yeah, never mind. Oh yeah, no. So like, I will.
So Gog is 11 units ahead, or he's 10 units ahead of you.
I'll punch it.
You punch it up to 5. And did you also want to fly as well to bring yourself right behind, right up with Gog?
How much strain would that put on me?
That will put 2 strain.
Altogether?
2 strain. Oh, sorry, 5 strain.
3 strain for accelerating, 2 strain for the second maneuver.
Okay. And that will put my total strain
In as 5, because you had none.
as 5. So I will then.
You could do a damage control at the same time.
Yeah, I'll do damage control then. Yeah.
Because you can do 2 maneuvers and an action.
So that'll put me ultimately at speed.
Speed 5,
Because a fly is not an accelerator,
Yeah.
and you maintain the speed you're doing.
Okay, so we've got Kai next. Kai wants to do the turn.
Preferably, if I keep going straight, I have a feeling that might render me not applicable for racing.
Yeah, you go too far out. They say you've left the course.
Yeah, don't want that. Possibly already too far out as it is.
Okay.
Normally you'd say within about 5 or so is fine.
Yeah, I was hoping to make the corner, obviously.
Okay, so that puts it with Baba Yaga. Baba Yaga reaches marker 24.
You're getting close to the turn.
Yep. And I'm currently speed 6.
Currently speed 6, yes.
Yep.
So this is doing the roll for
The
you.
damage control.
Damage control roll. You'll add 1 to the result. And okay, so you take 1 strain yourself, and you recover 5 strain from your vehicle. So your vehicle has no strain.
Right. Okay. So back to.
But then you have
You
one
didn't-
strain on your sheet.
So.
So, like, 1 on yourself, none on your vehicle.
Right. Okay.
Okay, so Gog behind you is moving 5. He reaches marker 16.
and he's trying to do damage control.
So this is just to get me up to speed point 24, was it? Okay, cool.
Okay,
Something tells me you're
Gog
gonna win.
doesn't succeed, but Gog feels good about it.
Feels real good about it, though. I think that's...
He's just like, wow, all these shiny buttons.
One of these buttons is the right
To
button.
be honest, I'd like to be gold right now.
I feel like that's me.
Okay, coming up behind that is Racer X, reaching marker 11, which puts you in range.
We're a third of the way along.
But you were doing your check.
Yes, I am.
So what-
Damage check.
Intelligence of 2. You have just over half, so that's versus 2. So you recover 2 strain from your vehicle and take 2 strain yourself.
Yeah, that's
Well.
fair.
Could have been worse.
Yeah. That's fine. I was previously at...
So your vehicle should be on 1 strain. Should be on 3 strain now.
Yeah.
Which means it's easier to do it next time. Okay, and then Kai is doing the turn at speed 3.
And it's a blue.
That's the blue dice.
I don't know, I think maybe I should have slowed down. I didn't realise I hadn't
Kai
slowed down.
made the turn. So those cancel them out. Kai gets 2 strain on themselves. What makes the turn? Just as they're hearing the, boundary marker warning. Almost out of bounds.
Sorry, what were we making jokes about?
Hitting the boundary markers.
You
Ah,
zoomed and just
yeah,
missed.
just missed it.
Okay, so Baba Yaga is now 8 points away from the turn.
So if I slow to 5,
That will put you just over halfway.
So that'll put you with 3 left to go.
And then the next turn we reduce to...
that's 3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or... Yeah,
Or-
yeah. Reduce to, yeah.
Yeah.
Do it that
Do a
way.
I'll slow
So
down
do
to
five,
5.
Yeah.
And I'll do a damage.
Oh, you don't need to. You've got no damage.
Oh, that's right. Okay. Yeah. I'll just do that then.
Okay. Well, let me see. If you're 8 away, you could slow down to 4 and fly twice and get to the actual corner.
Not a bad idea.
And then you're taking the corner at a speed of 4, so that gives you
4 difficulty.
4 difficulty to beat.
Sure. I'll do that then.
Okay, Gog behind. What does Ross recommend Gog do?
Okay, so he's now within being in range of being shot at.
He is, yes.
Yes.
He's
Do that!
vehicle's
shiny
sparking
buttons.
with that. Let's see. He'll do an evasive maneuver, making it harder for him to be hit at.
Okay. Okay, he's been
I was going to
evasive.
say, God can't even do mechanics checks. Can he do evasive maneuvers?
He can. And I believe he's trying to do the damage control at the same time.
Yes.
Okay.
All he wants to do now is just finish.
Okay, Kesley, you are only 5 points behind Gog.
I will maintain speed and shoot him.
That sounded very definitive.
Yes. I figured this out.
I was going to say he's getting late, so
Okay,
might
and
fall
Ariadna.
at spot B.
Here's the thing.
You're moving at speed 3.
I would accelerate.
You can fly twice if you wish to.
Sounds-
Accelerate and fly.
Sounds like a plan.
And if in range of Gog, you can shoot. You've got 1 strain.
One strain to the vehicle.
Yep.
Pew pew.
Yes. As much as I admire Gog's valiant efforts, the aim of the game
He's going down.
is to
Win.
try and get us in.
Okay, Baba Yaga out in front. Makes it to to the turn, point 32.
Mm-hmm.
Then coming up behind, Gog, with his evasiveness, reaches 21. And behind that we have Racer X reaching 16, still in range and can shoot at Gog.
So yeah, there'll be 3 agility, no yellow.
Okay. 2 purple to hit Gog.
Dang it!
Okay, you can add a black dice to Gog's check or a blue dice to your next shot shooting him.
To my shot, or
Yep.
can I just the next person?
Next person shooting him.
Next person shooting him.
Okay, so Ariadna,
That's
you reach. So you're at mile marker 7 after having overshot. Unfortunately, not quite far enough in.
That's fine.
But hey, you'll get there eventually.
Slow
Okay.
and steady.
Slow and steady wins the race most times.
Oh, I don't think I'm going to win the race, but you know, it sounded good.
Okay, so Baba Yaga's doing the turn for fly. What does Baba Yaga want to do once you've gone around the turn?
C is
You can
16
choose.
minutes.
16. I'll.
You're at speed 4 right now, right?
Yeah, that's P4. So if I just maintain.
You could just say, I just do a fly, in that case, if you overshoot it, you're not going too much further past
Sure.
it. Okay, what does Ross think Gog should do?
You're definitely going to win.
He'll do the same thing again because he needs to.
Okay. What does Kai do?
How close am I to the turn?
Sorry, I mean Racer X, I meant
Yeah, I was
thing.
gonna
thing
say- Thought it was Kesley first.
I'm at 16.
You're at 16, he's at 21.
I will maintain speed and shoot him.
Okay. And Kai, who's at speed 4. You could speed up and fly and shoot.
Look, I just want to make the corner at this stage.
I would speed up.
I thought you already made the call.
She
I
made
want to
the-
make B.
Oh, B. Okay.
Yeah, she's on track B. Now.
Right. Okay.
Currently last. I'd like to at least finish.
Last
Well,
of the
you
remaining
could
ships.
just fly if you like then, leaving it the Kessler.
Yeah, I guess I should have a go at shooting him too. It won't do any harm, I'm guessing.
Well, you can. So you can fly twice.
Right.
So you can try to catch up with him, giving you a moving 8 instead of 4 this round. So you're basically pushing the vehicle.
Yeah. Was there another option?
I was trying to do the maths in my head. You
Sorry.
still won't get within range to shoot them if you do.
Well, if I won't get in range to shoot them, I'll just try and catch up to everyone.
So
Okay.
maybe fly twice would be the.
So let's see how good our Gungan pilot is.
He is the best.
So what's his space piloting?
Me.
Yeah.
1 plus 3 agility.
Okay, so that's the difficulty there. Okay, so you succeed in turning,
Nice.
taking 1 strain
Not bad.
To the ship.
Personal or ship?
to yourself
To myself.
Yeah.
So,
as you make the
Shoot.
turn. So you move 4 down the next leg.
And 4. And there's 16 between.
16 on that one, yes. So Gog makes it to 26, and he's trying to.
16.
He's doing the basic, but he's also trying to fix his ship. Okay, Gog passes out.
Aww.
Oh no!
You hear a woohoo over the comm speaker from
Oh!
Ash is very happy right now.
Yay!
So
You
yeah,
don't know he's passed out. All his now is just flying straight.
and I will let Kesley have another shoot at Gog.
Just for funsies.
Well, hey, you don't quite know he's passed out at the
Shooting
controls.
fish in the barrel with a nuke.
Some would think.
So you have
Yeah,
3 green.
Yeah, 3 greens.
If you manage to hit it, we'll act like it was a Death Star.
You hit.
I did it.
You did it, and basically his ship. How badly does it go? Not as bad as it could have. So you see it basically start to crumple, and then pancake into the ocean.
Poor Gog.
Okay. I guess with that are we taking out all the other pilots? Is our goal is we're just like the 3
You
of
then
us.
take it easy and just
Yeah.
post in.
We're gonna.
I'm
just
guessing
gonna-
that's where Martin was trying to head. It just
I'll-
doesn't go
I'll
as
make
fast
it-
as you wanted all the
I'll
time.
make it look semi-convincing by firing off maybe 1 or 2 shots that are 100% out of range, but no, just for the show of it.
Just for the show of it.
Yeah.
You be careful if he makes you roll for that. You might accidentally hit one of us.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, you might roll a triumph.
And he's done that.
That's why we're gonna make sure it's out of range.
Okay, so yes, we'll finish the session with Baba Yaga crossing the line first, and then the rest of you crossing a little while later.
Oh, but you see, now that there's only the 2 of us, I want to race with Riri to see who actually gets second place.
I was gonna say, can we flip one dice to see who wins out of the 2 of us?
Sure, give him
The roll off.
Give a percentile roll.
Alright.
The roll for higher. So a 96 on.
Oh, you got me to 96. Come on.
Out comes the
100.
99.
100.
And 92.
Oh, that was close.
So we've put in 4 points.
Yes,
It was a neck and neck finish.
I think I was well behind anyway, but
It was a very close
Nice.
race.
nicely done.
But yes, I was waiting for the outcomes to 99.
So what did you think
Oh
of
no,
that?
I never rolled that well.
So what do you think of that as a race style too? It's longer. If
I think it's very
I had
prolonged.
some markers to show. To
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. 'Cause I can't visualize, so that's why I don't read books, because I can't visualize the story. I get bored after like a page and just it goes back on the shelf. So for me, it's difficult, but that's just me.
I think it took me a little while, but then I figured it out, and actually I really like the mechanic, and I definitely think like if we were able to have like a whiteboard or something to mark it out, I think it definitely would have helped just to add that visual aspect. But once I was able to figure it out, like I could for sure see in my head just the different ships going pew pew, or like they're like oh, and like
having the person in front going first always makes sense because they've gotten that advantage.
Exactly.
Whereas if it's the person behind, they're always going to catch up and shoot.
Yeah.
Which sort of undoes the advantage of being in front.
Yeah.
No, it's I can't visualize any of it, so I just have to take your word for it. I think a race that's like that it's a bit long. I probably would have.
It's an interesting mechanic. For
Yeah,
sure.
I mean, as a suggestion, I probably would have had like, I don't know, 15, 12, something like that. So
the idea was that I'd said that the space one was going to be about 100 units. So it's exactly 100 units.
Oh, right.
Yeah. So I'd say a lot of that kind of stuff was governed by the rule books and things. Martin's running it for his first time. He's not sure how long it's going to happen.
Yeah.
Just in the spirit of giving him feedback, like you, I'm like, I probably would have made it, 25, 20, 20, 20,
considering
20.
Considering that this is a qualifying one, which is one lap, I probably would have, as a suggestion, gone like 10. Like keep the numbers down below 30.
The idea was I expected it to be weeded out by the first turn.
Yeah.
It was very close to being weeded out by the first turn.
It was close.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I think I just lost track of the NPCs because I didn't realise I was in front of NPCs till you mentioned it. Oh, there's other ones I totally forgot about, and that's where I stuffed up. So it was all good. So. But no, look, it's good. It's good. If I thought about the other NPCs and they were kind of level to me, I wouldn't have gone as fast as I would on the second run. I think I would have stayed back a little bit.
They was just showing the person who was next in front of them.
Because I had a good gunnery skill in Agility 4, I would have loved to shoot a lot of people, but anyway, that's all good. But as I said, it's this learning kind of thing, and I think we've got to see the whole kind of concept of it. So that's the main thing.
Exactly, and it's going to prepare us for our big race.
So we'll go to end credits. If you'd like to
there's
talk
gonna be
afterwards,
other more-
that's also fine.
Or
So we'll be back in a sec, guys.
fucking races, I guess.